Good evening. I'd like to first welcome everyone to the regular board meeting here at DeJohn Middle School, September the 21st. And we're going to start off with the closed session item. And then after the closed session, when we come back, we will do the pledge allegiance, land acknowledgement, and roll call. So we're gonna get started. Now we're about to go into closed session. Government Code 54957-7. Tonight, the board will consider student discipline, public employee appointment, conference with legal counsel, regarding litigation, public employee discipline, conference with labor negotiators, and then we will adjourn and open up at 6:30 p.m. for the board meeting. Are there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
All right.
President Christian,
Yes, go ahead.
are we doing roll call now or when we get back?
When we come back,
Okay,
yep. All right. We're going into closed session. See you at 6:30 p.m., everybody. Start the board meeting. I'd like to ask you to come on in and I want to first welcome everyone to the board. We just came out of closed session. And we are continuing on with the open session of the Wednesday, September the 21st, 2022 regular scheduled meeting of the West Country Costa Unified School District School Board. To access translation of the agenda, click on the top of the webpage using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Media interpretation services are available in the Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, the manner in which the Board of Education meetings are conducted has changed. Thank you in advance for your understanding and cooperation as we experiment with new ways to conduct the people business while allowing the maximum participation and adhering to our values of respect and safety of the community. We have changed public comment format, which now occurs at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment will last for no more than 1 hour. That includes any agendized and the non-agendized item. So at this time, we're gonna have the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement. And then after that, we will proceed with the meeting. So let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic And now we go to the land acknowledgement.
We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkan, Ohlone peoples, and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. And President Christian, since I have to make a quick point of order, our translators have asked us just to announce to the public in Spanish that there's support in the back. May I do that now? Si hay alguien que necesita traducción, pueden ir en la parte de atrás para ayuda. Y si lo pueden ver, pueden ir en la esquina. Gracias.
All right, thank you. All right, and now we will do roll call.
Thank you very much, sir. President Christian,
Present,
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy,
Good afternoon, President.
Trustee Reckler,
Good evening, present.
Trustee Phillips. Here. Trustee Smith Folds.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Just a little bit, ma'am.
Hold on, let me try again. Can you hear me?
Can we turn the volume up for her? Hold on 1 second, Trustee Smith Folds. Try it again.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
That's a little better, but if we could turn it up a little bit louder. Try it one more time, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
That's better. Thank you so much. We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, present.
Trustee Miles,
Present.
Trustee Sampagna,
Present.
all present and accounted for.
all right, thank you, Dr. Hurst. And at this time, we would have the report out of closed session.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to report out the following. Student discipline stipulated case number 222301. Suspended stipulated expulsion. And it passed. 4 yeses, 1 no, with Trustee Reckler voting no. For Director of Communications, it passed. All yeses, and our new Director of Communications, I'm happy to share, is Miss Elizabeth Sanders. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you. We'd also like to report out our interim secondary principal, Priya Simvi, passed. All yeses. Congratulations to being the interim principal of Helms. And thank you very much, Mr. President. That concludes my report out.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hurst. Now we're about to get started with public comment, but we are going to extend public comment so we may hear as many people as possible. So make sure you fill out the card and make sure you turn it in. And we'll go from there. All right. I'm gonna turn this over. You have to read the public comment thing. Go down on the little. Yeah, did you read all that already? Mm-hmm. Keep going a little more, a little more. Yeah, go there. As a reminder, public comment will last for no more than 1 hour and includes any agendized or non-agendized item. The time allotted per person is 2 minutes. If you are here at the meeting in person, please hand in your orange card request to address the board form now. And once we start, we do not accept any more cards. If participating from Zoom, Raise your Zoom hand now. It is on the phone, press *9. There is no yielding of time or substitution of speaker is permitted. And now I'm gonna turn this over to staff hand, and they are going to call the names.
Our first public comment is John Zavala.
Best. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Hurst. My name is John Zavala, and I'm the president of the United Teachers of Richmond. Tonight, a coalition of educators, parents, community leaders, and students are here to speak to the urgency of challenges in WCC and the need to recruit and retain qualified professionals. I had the privilege of doing a site visit today at Shannon Elementary. While there, I connected with the team, and many shared how challenging this week has been with the loss of a teacher and classroom consolidations. Despite this, there was a spirit of resiliency. Mr. Louis shared that he had never taught 6th grade, but he was spending the next few nights and evenings preparing material for his class. Ms. Hernandez told me that it was difficult for the community to lose Ms. Langston to another school site, but she recognized that other schools, especially our Title I schools, were so desperate for teachers. She understood that Shannon's burden meant alleviating the system elsewhere. As I left, I felt worried for these folks, but I was inspired by their commitment to public service. Per your presentation at the Bayside PTA this week, the district is still short 18 teachers in secondary, 38 in elementary, and who knows how many special education teachers and paraprofessionals. This despite historic funding from the state of California to address these very challenges. I know board, staff, and Superintendent Hurst that you are also driven by the same spirit of public service. I believe your intentions are the best for our students, but without human resources, we will accomplish nothing. We cannot have safe and supportive schools without relationships with teachers. We cannot have differentiated instruction without proper planning and prep time. We cannot have student-focused IEPs if provider workloads have tripled and staffing has decreased. I ask you to hear the stories of our community tonight, understand what we ask of our educators and why we need a contract that makes wages and working conditions competitive. Board of Trustees and Superintendent Hurst invest in our
Our next public comment is Gabriella Micheletti.
Hello, my name is Gabriella Micheletti. I'm a first grade teacher at Verde KA and elementary director of UTR. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 600,000 educators have left the field since 2021. On top of this, 55% of educators are considering leaving education soon, according to NEA. Of these, a disproportionate number are educators who identify as POC. Now, as leadership of WCCUSD, you are aware of the attrition rates and the virtually non-existent replacement pool. In fact, for this reason, you have been breaking our contract and moving teachers and students to new schools after they had already settled into their new classes for 5 weeks. With all of this information, it seems obvious to me that you should be doing everything you can to retain the teachers you do have. Due to inflation, we have effectively taken an 8% pay cut this year. Many of us simply cannot afford to be teachers, and with our skills in higher education are deeply valued in other settings that show us our value through the salary. It's time to show students and families how seriously you take their educations and that you will move heaven and earth to keep their teachers working here. California provided historic funding this year and a 12.8% COLA. In addition, WCCUSD has savings far exceeding what is required by the state for a district of our size. It's time to start using today's tax dollars on today's students and keeping their teachers here rather than continuing to hemorrhage educators and failing our students and broader community. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Deborah Sample.
Oh, we get 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, my name is Deborah Sample. I'm a attendance clerk at Pinot Valley High School. And I am speaking for all the classified employees in this district, like the records clerk, library clerk, custodians, safety officers, the paraprofessionals, cafeteria workers, truck drivers, painters, maintenance workers, and the list goes on and on. We are the backbone of this district, and you guys are treating us like we are nobody. We have not had a raid in over 12 years. In 2009, when we were local one, they flipped our medical. So we end up losing $500 of our pay. It's taken me from 2010 to the day to make up what I lost back in 2009, to make the money that I have made since then. And then you guys want to hold on to the purse string and act like you guys don't want to help us out or give us the money that we deserve. Cost of living is at an all-time high. We can't afford bridge toll, gas is up high, and you guys still don't want to pay us? It doesn't make sense. We are here for our children. We are here for the communities, and you guys treat us like dirt. And you guys need to be ashamed of yourself.
Our next public comment is Francisco Ortiz.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Harrison, community. My name is Francisco Ortiz, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Ford Elementary, on release serving as community schools organizer and vice president of United Teachers of Richmond. I'm here supporting our students, educators, and families harmed by management's poor planning and ineffective efforts to staff our schools adequately and efficiently. Our communities in West Contra Costa deserve better. Enough is enough. Students, educators, and families invested their energy and countless hours to build healthy and supportive learning environments, only to be disrupted and shuffled around during the 6th week of school. Despite warnings from site leaders in the spring and at the start of this school year about low enrollment in some classes, management failed to act responsibly and promptly. It's time for our board to hear directly from those most harmed by management's inability to provide our students with the education they deserve. Every student deserves a permanent certificated teacher. That is a fundamental human right of every student in our district. Piedmont, Moran, and other affluent communities are not hurting like our students, educators, and families are currently hurting. Our educators are overworked and burned out from mitigating management's poor planning. We will continue to lose quality and caring educators to neighboring districts that choose to reward, retain, and respect their educators. With this dysfunction, we will have an increased departure of educators and families from West County schools. What kind of legacy does our board want to leave behind? A legacy of purported values with actions that actually match, or a legacy of turmoil, lowered expectations, and increased educator turnover? Our students deserve the best education, and the way to provide that is to ensure that every student has a permanent, credentialed educator to support them. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Sam Clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Clear, and I've been working as a site rep and 3rd grade teacher at Siege for 5 years. Yeah. First, I would like to thank Trustee Smith-Folds for spending quality time in my classroom recently and working with Siege as an advocate. I would also like to thank Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy for speaking out for us recently when he had a severe case of mold. Yeah. You all need to visit Siege. You will find joy and deep learning throughout the school. Students are choosing to attend Siege. We went from serving around 200 students last year to over 260 students this year. We didn't see this increase with outside consultants or temporary programs. We have an incredible staff and community. Everyone that was invited to come back to work at Siege came back. We all come to work every day and try our hardest while absolutely emotionally and physically exhausted. However, I know that our staff's basic needs are not being met. We don't work in a safe working environment. We don't have sprinklers in case there's a fire. We have windows that won't open. Classroom temperatures hike up well into the 90s. We had 2 classrooms without teachers all of last year and continue to see the effects on a small school. We had to fight and reach out to the media to get basic COVID supplies. Yet we're all still here, giving everything, feeling painfully disrespected and constantly ignored. We need to retain and respect all staff members of all unions in order to continue growing. Therefore, you all need to visit the schools and listen to our demands carefully. We need to especially continue reaching out to staff members and community members at Title I schools. We need to make sure that our funding from the Community Schools Grant gets spent effectively and with authentic and accessible community input. We know our strength and how far we're willing to go to fight for our rights.
Our next public comment is Helen King. Helen King. Our next public comment is Annette Gregg.
Good evening. I came to you 2 weeks ago as a parent of students at Stewart Elementary School, a kindergartner and a 3rd grader in a dual language immersion program without teachers. I stayed for the entire public comment. And one thing I'd like to say is I was astounded at some of the disrespect shown by adults in this room, spending time on cell phones as people come to tell you their stories. And I would like to ask that today, while we are speaking respectfully, please listen to us. Please put down your devices and hear what we are talking about. You would not let that pass in classrooms with students. You must model better. So I come to you to tell you an update on the story of Stewart. We started in this year without a dual language teacher in kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 4th grade. The second week of school, 4th and 5th grades were combined. We were still absent a teacher in kindergarten and 3rd grade, and we were told that you could not place a non-BCLAD credentialed teacher into the program, which is interesting because last night we received a message that you're doing just that. That in week 6 of school, you are taking a teacher from Ohlone School, you are displacing and disrupting the relationships that have been built for 6 weeks to put someone at Stewart to try to solve a problem. The kindergarten teacher that had originally been hired has no teaching experience and was going to start in kindergarten, then was asked to switch to be a 3rd grade teacher, and now is being asked to split between kindergarten and 3rd grade so that we can have a bilingual teacher in both places and an English-speaking credentialed teacher in both places. These are impossible conditions that you are setting teachers and students up for failure. And I saw it on someone's sign out here earlier. It said, treat teachers better or you won't have any.
Our next public comment is Shawn Santiago.
Do you all remember your mission statement? I'll read it for you. We provide the highest quality of education to enable our students to make positive life choices, strengthen our community, and successfully participate in a diverse global community. Good evening, Dr. Hurst and board member trustees. I'm Shawn Santiago, the dedicated mom of Christian and Ava, who are students at Stewart. I know you remember me. I'm the parent behind the social media video entitled, "Where is my teacher?" that now has 15,000 views, and the movement to protest WCCUSD, where we gathered in unity in front of your office today. Parents of multiple WCC students stand in solidarity with teachers, administrators, and student bodies. The inequality in our school district has led us to this moment, and we recognize that many of our children have been hurting and missing out on the right of education. Our teachers have also suffered due to the issues that your office has created and not fixed. We believe this is the responsibility to call for immediate accountability for WCCUSD. We demand fair wages for teachers and admin, and to ensure a better future for our children, teachers, schools, and community. Now, do you remember your mission statement? For this reason, we call for the resignation of Larisha Martin, of Sylvia Greenwood, who did not perform their duties to meet their mission statement, your mission statement. The office of Larissa Martin has the responsibility to DLI community, not only to strengthen the program, but to ensure the longevity of it. This is not being done. Sylvia Greenwood and her office has made a huge mess of human resources and treated the personnel like teachers are movable pawns. They're not movable pawns. WCC, we will not be silenced. We were here and we are making
Our next public comment is Mitzi PerezCarro.
Hello, Superintendent, board members. My name is Mitzi PerezCarro. I'm a homegrown teacher here at Richmond. I teach at Kennedy High. This is my 6th year teaching. I want to talk about a few things, and I want to paint a picture of what it looks like at Kennedy. My students have wrote to each and every one of you about our conditions right now. Okay, starting with maxes. There are all but 5 teachers after the 23rd day of teaching above their class size max. There are, after the 4th week, students still have gaps in their schedules. Students have contacted you again with all of these problems. The morale at our school is really, really low. We started with 8 vacancies at our school site. There is now just 2 because they've consolidated classes, making bigger classrooms for all of our teachers. I really, I've never been so sad about the state of our school, and something needs to happen. That's it.
Our next public comment is Jeffrey Bean Jr.
Good to see you all here. I'm Jeffrey Bean. I taught 5th grade at Shannon Elementary on Monday. Now I teach 4th and 5th. I wanted to thank all the people who supported us in our effort to get Shannon's students able to keep their teachers. I got responses from you, Dr. Hurst. I appreciate your responses to my emails. Also, your engagement with me, and my students' families on Friday. I also wanted to thank trustees Ms. Folds, who spent 30 minutes with my class on Monday to talk about their concerns, and trustee Weckler, trustee Gonzalez Foy, who replied to my emails. Pinole City Council member Pinole Mayor Salimi, who chatted with me on the phone, and council members Tave and Toms, who also spoke with me and promised to reach out to the district. In addition, there were numerous parents and families who put in time and effort to try to make their voices heard. I am here today because I'm worried that my students are treated as numbers. They're not numbers, they're people. I want to make sure that you, Dr. Hurst, and other senior staff put in adequate time to visit school sites and get to know the people at your school sites. This year, I really appreciate Dr. Hurst when you came and chatted with my students first week of school. That should happen more often. It's essential that my principal, Dan McDonald, who retired this year, and my new principal, Jen Gulick, get to know the students at our school. They are on the yard, they have open office where people can come in and chat with them. And that's how people feel that you care when you show up.
Our next public comment is Colleen Ballentine.
Hello, my name is Colleen Ballentine. I am a special education teacher at Ellerhorst. That is one of the schools disrupted by your violating the 15-day deadline to balance classes. I am also the Special Services Director in the United Teachers of Richmond, as well as serve as the Vice Chair of the United Teachers of Richmond bargaining team. I'm here to address the district's offer of a raise for educators, a 3% raise for educators. I would like to point out that the dollar store is now the $1.25 store. That's a 25% increase. The dollar store has officially outpaced my income. That's sad. But on a less anecdotal note and a less laughable note, the district has reported an increase of $96 million in additional funds from the proposed budget to their 45-day budget review. The district has reported an increase of $96 million in additional funds from their proposed budget to their 45-day budget review. Yep, 96 million, seriously. Anyway, that's 96 million in additional funds found in the budget review. Yet you insult both Teamsters and UTR with raises that are significantly below COLA. You offered educators 3%. Let me repeat. You offered educators 3%, yet you stand on a platform of recruit and retain. Did you choose retain because it also started with an R? You're not retaining teachers in the way in which you are addressing and respecting us. You are not going to work this out with a 3% raise for educators.
Our next public comment is Pedro Agredano.
Good evening. This board has always said students are first. Yet your bargaining team refuses to agree to a COLA raise. This is essential for the inflation. You have every parent, every teacher and everything has family willing to support, needing to support for the schools. You're taking food from the students, you're taking clothes from their backs because you won't accept to raise the people that serve the schools, that actually support the schools, the taxes that pay the schools, and the families of the kids that actually are attending your schools. Have you ever had to leave check to check? I'm sure some of you have, because you were teachers. Have you forgotten what it is? Have you forgotten the dedication that people take? People are getting hurt. People are spending their own money to supply and make sure that the students are taken care of. Is that what this board stands for? Yet you have contractors coming in doing work with no supervision, basically doing whatever they want. And then you have to have your employees come in and fix what they did. I have brought up this to the attention of people. They have not done nothing. Like the painted coils over at Olinda, the missing thermostats and the air purifiers that were put back on the wall where there's no power anymore. This is done by contractors. Is anybody supervising them? I have a GPS on my truck so that basically they can find me wherever I'm at. And they can question me on a phone call, says, what are you doing there? I think the money from that GPS could have been spend better to support the staff, the teacher.
Our next public comment is Rachel Grotke.
I'm Rachel Grotke. I teach second grade at Ellerhorst. After hearing about the piddly, pathetic 3% raise the district has offered, I'm insulted, especially after what we have endured over the past 2.5 years. We taught a year on Zoom and being more exhausted than we were before, came back last year and had to act like business as usual. Nearly every time our contract is up for bargaining, it adds to our stress. Why? Because we know our district doesn't value us. We've seen that time and again. It's extremely disheartening, especially to those of us who've been here many years. Some of us are products of this district, and we are proud to serve a community that served us, but we don't feel appreciated. And here we are again in very slow-going contract negotiations. I don't believe the district is bargaining in good faith at all. All I can say is now, after the past week with the latest chaos you've created, is you've got a lot of nerve and absolutely no heart. You're short of teachers? Well, big surprise. Who wants to work here when this is how we're treated? This is how you attract and retain? I've got colleagues that are already planning on not being here next year. 3% is a joke. Some commute pay bridge toll on top of filling their gas tank. Most rents go up 6% minimum. How does this keep up with the cost of living? It doesn't. Get back to the table, put forth something remotely decent towards advancing our salaries. Walk the talk of respecting and valuing those of us in the classroom, serving the students, or I guarantee your teacher shortage will be even worse than what it is now.
Our next public comment is Lisa Lipscomb.
Hi, Board, Superintendent Hurst, Cabinet. My name is Lisa Lipscomb, teacher currently at Hercules Middle. I come tonight and I did not know that it was that much money that you had received. I came thinking it was much less, but I still come saying the core of the people that are here tonight, this is our district, Teamsters, UTR. We're the people who actually do the work that we're told to do. I look at the org chart and I've never understood, I've been here 35 years and I've never understood why people who tell me how to teach make more than the people that actually do the work. No school district could ever exist without teachers and the Teamsters. Teachers are responsible for the safety, the instruction of every student in the classroom. Yet according to our salaries, we make less than everyone in the district. I don't really understand that. I just hope that at some point before I retire, I can be proud to say that I work here. I'm embarrassed that I work here. I wish I worked at another district where my friends are that make a lot more money than I do. I'm embarrassed.
Our next public comment is Mark Moran.
Good evening, Superintendent Hurst, members of the school board. My name is Mark Moran. I have been a teacher in this district for 21 years. I am also a parent of 2 students in the district. I am a taxpayer in this district. I am a voter in Area 5. Good evening, Trustee Reckler. You are hearing stories tonight, and I hope you have heard them throughout the week of the disruption and chaos happening in this district because of unfilled positions. This is not an accident that happened. This chaos is the consequence of decisions your administration and you, the board, have made. These unfilled positions are partially due because last spring, you decided you needed to lay off teachers. The teachers union said the numbers do not support that decision, and 3 brave trustee members stood up and stopped it. But it was too late. The damage had been done, and many teachers left the district that didn't have their backs. Now you're doing the same thing. 4 years ago, our teachers were in the top half in pay in the area, now bottom third. And you wonder why you have so many unfilled positions? It is not an accident. I know this is very confusing, so I'm going to give you 5 numbers. 3,000. 3,000 students started this year without a teacher. 10%. The union is demanding a 10% raise for the current year to try and make our salary competitive. 13%. The district is receiving in this year an effective increase of nearly 13% from the state. 40% is what area districts spend on their educators. You only
Our next public comment is Vincent Matthews. Vincent Matthews.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Matthews. Last time I spoke to this board was 6 years ago. I came down to thank you and to thank the teachers and the staff members, classified staff members, for all that you've done for my family. I had 3 children who went through this district, 3 African-American children, and all 3 graduated and all 3 were accepted into 4-year universities. And I wanted to thank you all for your hard work and your dedication and what you did for me and my family. I came down tonight, 6 years later, to tell you that all 3 of those children have, well, they're not children now, they're adults, but all 3 have graduated from those schools. And that's because I believe of the leadership that you've provided, and also for the hard work of all these people standing behind me. We all know the data, especially for African-American children, 1, in graduating, 2, in being accepted to 4-year universities, and 3, actually persisting through. And that doesn't happen unless people come together as a team and work together to make that happen. So on behalf of a very, very grateful father, I'm also grateful because my daughter not only graduated, but she's actually an employee in your district. She's a teacher at El Cerrito High School. But it's more so that I just wanted to come down again. I actually wanted to come a year ago, but it bugged me that I hadn't come down, and I just wanted to come down and say thank you. And I just wanted to say, I know there's a lot that has to happen. I hear what's happening tonight, but I know this can be worked out. And my only purpose tonight was just to come here to say thank you and to thank all of you for all that you did for me and my family. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Kim Chamberlain.
Bring it way down here. Hi, I'm Kimberly Chamberlain. I have PTE Local 21 SSA Chapter President. I'm here to address the board, the public tonight, and I'm glad to see so many people here. I highly encourage everybody to keep coming. Voices and faces make a difference. I do believe that. Keep showing up, keep telling these people that are representing our students and families how important we are to keep everything going. As an addressee to you all, please start communicating with us and with our families. A lot of our families were very disappointed in finding out last minute, a nightly phone call, a very short addressed letter, whatever was happening. in a matter of hours that there's children were going to be changed, lives were going to be changed. The teachers that takes 3 weeks to make a change for a kid. And now you're asking them to change their classrooms. You're asking a teacher to change their classrooms. We're adaptable. We've proven that in our lives in the last 3 years, but we shouldn't have to keep proving that we're adaptable. We should have to start making a difference in these children's lives. We need to have them have that confidence to keep learning. How are we going to have confidence to have in ourselves to teach these children if we don't have confidence in you? Please start communicating with all of us in a much faster and better manner. And I'm hoping tonight by hiring somebody into the Director of Communications role, which I find very quickly happened, that we get better communication in this district, especially from somebody that is from this district. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Sarah Creamley.
Hello, my name is Sarah Creeley. I teach second grade at Hannah Ranch. I was hired in 1992 and I've been teaching before that in San Francisco. I too, like the man who spoke, have children who've gone through the schools. My daughter became a teacher also. And I'm so happy she's a teacher. I love teaching. It's a passion. I want to keep going till I'm 70. I don't want to stop. I was going to stop this year, but I'm going to keep going 5 more years. And I love teaching. And the thing is, I hope you guys will understand. The last time I was here, it was because I was saying, don't lay off teachers. We need more teachers. There are children at Hercules Middle, Hercules High, no teachers. And it's so heartbreaking. And then to hear of teachers having to go somewhere else, it's just terrible. It's so sad. It truly is a crisis. And education, public education is what is at risk. It's at risk, people. We need teachers. How are you going to get it? I used to do teacher cadets in my classroom, and some of them loved it. And I asked them, are you going to be a teacher? And they're like, no. You guys don't get paid. I went to college 6 years to be a teacher. I have a special ed credential and a regular ed credential. And I worked really hard as a professional, but it's hard as a professional when you can't buy the same houses that everybody else can afford to buy. As a single wage earner, I couldn't afford a lot of the things that the families of my students have in Hercules. I'll never afford it because I chose teaching. I love it. But we have to do something to bring more teachers because we have a responsibility towards our children, our community's children. We have to have teachers. It's a crisis in public education. It's a crisis. It's an emergency. You must raise the pay. That is how you will get more teachers, and you have to do it. You have to. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Erica Yanis. Erica Yanis. Our next public comment is Sandra Wilson.
Good evening. This is Sandra Wilson, 10th year educator, 7th year in WCCUSD, treasurer and member of the executive board of United Teachers of Richmond, California Teachers Association State Council representative, and Richmond High School English teacher. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Teachers were changing the minds of the pretenders. The pretenders are those who believe that everything was fine when we returned to in-person learning. So what did we return to? Poor working conditions, a crippling staff shortage, and the consistent disrespect of the teaching profession and the educators who are part of it. Before there's another contract approved to bring in another consultant for a 6-figure salary position who will probably resign or get fired within the next 2 to 3 years, know this. More than 3,000 WCCUSD students started the school year without a teacher. WCCUSD needs to reprioritize its budget and to assure that we are attracting great educators and keeping the educators that we currently have. Students, families, and educators are the heart and soul of the schools. Our voices must be centered at all levels of decision-making processes. Nothing for us without us. Budgets are a reflection of values, and the district needs to reprioritize its budget to be responsive and supportive to the needs of our students, families, and staff. The board and Dr. Hurst needs to listen to our community's pleas and not bureaucrats at the district level who are misadvising you all on the urgency of student needs. We are in a crisis. It is time for action. Don't talk about it, be about it. I challenge, no, demand that positive change in favor of us take place. I also demand that you pay us properly, respectfully, and stop making us scapegoats for your bad business decisions. You've heard us. It's time to listen to us. It's time for you to work for us.
Our next public comment is Jesus Galindo.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Alfredo Galindo, and I have the privilege of being a fourth grade DLI teacher. I dedicate this comment to the over 3,000 students who started the year without a teacher. 50 of those were at Lincoln, and there's over 24 students at Lincoln who don't have a teacher. I speak with you with great sadness, and this is a sadness that hasn't left me for a while. A couple weeks ago, I decided to indulge in Burger King. It was late at night, and I decided to go through the drive-through because the fries remind me of my mom. My mom would come home, she worked at Burger King, and she would bring the fries, and it was my favorite thing to share them with my brother. And I was just making my order. I could hear someone giggling in the background. I didn't know who it was, but they just kept giggling. And then when I showed up to the window and was gonna pay for my meal, it was one of my students' moms. And she said, Mr. Galindo, I can't let you pay for this dinner. You have no idea the impact that you've had on my daughter. And I begged, I said, please let me pay. She says, there's no way. I'll get in a fight with you if I have to, but you're not gonna pay. I took the meal and I was really grateful, and I kid you not, I parked because I was just so filled with emotion because this student entered a classroom without a teacher, a backpack full of materials, and yet an empty classroom. The daughter of a mom who sacrifices herself every day, just like my mom did. And many of our moms and parents do every day, but we're not meeting our promise, Dr. Hurst. We're not meeting our promise as a community. Our parents are showing up. Our students are showing up, eager to learn. But we're falling short. We can do better. Please, let us do better.
Our next public comment is Keith Brown. Keith Brown.
Microphone check, peace. Check it out. I'm Keith Brown, English teacher at Greenwood Academy. I've been in this game for about 8 years. This is year 4 in this district. I'm from 37th Street. It has been ministry and an honor to come back to my hood and serve my community. It has been my goal this entire time to keep these kids out of the penitentiary. And to date, I've been damn good at it. The only thing I'm asking in return is to be able to raise a family. At present, y'all ain't paying enough for that, right? All I'm asking is for the money. It's just money. It's not hurting y'all, right? My baby brother went to this school. He's working on his teacher credential. And I would like to be able to tell him that when he's finished, he can come on here, but he's got to raise my niece. And I can't tell him they paying I need to be able to tell him they paying well, right? Do not insult my intelligence by telling me y'all ain't got the money, or it's a little bit short, or we got to do this and all of this extra stuff. Pay us the money that you owe us. Otherwise, because this is ministry, this is God's work. You will be getting in God's way, right? If I'm not able to do God's work and live well like I've been ordained to do, I'm going to be forced to take my skills elsewhere with tears in my eyes. Don't do that to me. I want to stay in my hood and improve the conditions here. Cut the check, no extra words, just give me the money. That's it.
Our next public comment is Delon Harrison.
I was giving y'all the A at 7:32. Thank you, board and superintendent. So I have a concern, I'm an APAC lead and I'm a concerned and involved Black parent. And my concern is that y'all have other history classes in our high schools and y'all are not bringing in Black history, African-American history, and how our people helped build this country, and our children are not getting the opportunity to learn about that. That's a big concern. I do want to thank you for having your principals. More principals are doing APACs, not all, but more are doing it. And I do want to also thank the Black parents who are getting involved in asking questions about school site council. Some of them have not been started. Also, our children we don't see how you guys are selecting programs and services that are servicing our kids. You got an organization that monopolizes the district and you guys use them as a go-to, but I want to see their data before you shut out Black community-based organizations that can help our children, because y'all may not have had a partnership with them. We need people who are effective to change educational outcomes. Don't let the same go-to big organization say that we can fix it all, because they're not, and they're not including us in the community schools. We are supposed to be included when they're choosing how community schools go. Parents are not at that table. Black parents need to be at that table, just like all the other parents. And if parents are not being there, I don't know about all of them, but I know Black parents aren't there. And you guys are not running these community schools the way they're supposed to be ran. And who you're partnering with isn't partnering with parents the way it should be. So I would like a more clear way on how community schools are going to provide services to our children and how service providers can be a part of that process of being in a community school, because it's super unclear for parents and it's unclear for us to bring in people we know that can help our.
Our next public comment is Tara Fay.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Hurst, and West Contra Costa Unified School Community. My name is Tara Fay, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a proud Pinole Middle School teacher, secretary for United Teachers of Richmond, and advocate for our students and staff. As negotiations continue to stall between the district and teachers union, I urge you to hear our voices. We showed up tonight to speak as a collective of classroom teachers, school psychologists, counselors, speech pathologists, and other vested members of our community, including the incredible classified and district staff from SSA and Teamsters. Despite the burnout we face, despite the anxiety and sorrow surrounding the movement of staff and consolidation of classes, despite struggling with skyrocketing living costs and non-existent extrinsic motivation, we are here, and that itself should speak volumes. Our neighboring districts are getting offers of double the measly 3% you've offered. And in a time of inflation over 8%, what you've effectively offered us is a deeply insulting 5% pay cut. It's time to put your literal money where your proverbial mouth is. We are in a time of historic funding. Our district is bringing in an additional 12 to 13% in state funding this year. And we aren't asking you to pay us what we deserve, because then we'd be making millions. We're asking you to pay us as though you see us as human beings. We're asking you to pay us as though you believe education is a human right. We're asking you to pay us as though it's your job, which it is. And while one of my colleagues earlier brought up the wonderful song September by Earth, Wind and Fire, another one's been running through my mind lately, and that would be We're Not Gonna Take It by Twisted Sister. So why don't you play that on your ride home tonight?
Our next public comment is Marie Bowles.
Hi. This is really hard to follow with what I'm hearing tonight, but it is in the spirit of putting the student first. I'm a Pinole Valley parent mom, and I'm here with Annette. And I want to ask this board to look into why we have gone to less than half of the home team seating that we had for our football field. Right after school started, we had a game and it sold out. There were only 500 tickets available. There were a lot of kids who wanted to go to the game, but had to hang out around the fence and in the parking lot in order to see the game because they couldn't get tickets. A lot of parents wouldn't let their kids do this, so they didn't let them go to the game at all. A football field is not, it's a lot more than just a stadium and a place for football games and whatnot. There are rallies, student gatherings. Our school needs to have seating that can accommodate our entire student body. Pinole Valley High School currently has about 1,290 students. Clearly, the capacity of the bleachers at about 500 is not sufficient for the size of our student body. There is space right next to the existing bleachers, which could be used to more than double the size of our seating. I've been told there's not room. Come to our school and please look, there's plenty of room. Our students need seating. We are coming out of a worldwide pandemic that left students at home without sports events, friends, and so much more for a very long time. With so many young people now experiencing depression, it is imperative that we prioritize finding solutions to add seating to accommodate all of the students at all of our schools. I'm asking our superintendent and school board to make this a priority. Hearing all of this, I understand this is low on the totem pole, but it's important for our students. This is about camaraderie, school spirit, friendships, providing safe spaces for our youth to gather and socialize, and most importantly, the mental health of our student population. With all of this going on, at the very least, can we please provide seating for our students at games that's adequate? We went from 1,150.
Our next public comment is Andrea Martinez.
I actually am an emotional person. I've never been to this, and to hear all these people sit here and talk about you guys and the money that you're trying to offer us. I've been working in the district for 10 years. This is my community. This is my home. I had to turn around and take up a second job. I had to go back to college because I'm like, I cannot continue to do this. I'm a single parent. I could barely fucking pay rent. What are you doing? What are you doing? Make it make sense. This is horrible that I had to attend to this and hear this. For reals? And you want these kids to be the future? You tell them to have confidence and stand up. Well, guess what? It's time we stand up. I'm ready to strike. I cannot continue to do this. My kids. I went back for mental health because I see kids being moved around. I have something that other people don't have. It's called LE. It's called lived experience. I am ready to move out of this and step into a different field. You guys are going to lose everybody here. There is going to be no district. There is going to be no district. We need to stand up and fight. I am willing to walk away from all of this. My parents and kids love me. You guys are disrespecting us. I feel overworked. I went to the hospital, I started having panic attacks. I seen the teacher crying the other day. What the fuck, bruh? You don't even know. I worked 2 jobs. I'm tired. I'm mentally drained. Not only have we stepped into a new world and a new era, but your pay is leaving us way back in the fucking ages.
Our next public comment is Joey Tabor.
Good evening. I'm speaking for the secretaries, the typist clerks, 1, 2s, and 3s, attendance clerks, and all the rest of the Teamsters, brothers and sisters. Management should be grateful that clerical staff have been showing up to the sites on a daily basis for the past 6 months. Appreciation should be shown, not another kick in the pants. Most of the clerical staff is angry, emotionally drained, and tired of the same BS. Some have thought of leaving, but they can't because they have no savings, and so we're all stuck. If you want staff to stay, you need to pay them a decent wage for the work that they do. You're very short-staffed right now, few teachers, new secretaries, and very few office staff, with sometimes a new principal. You don't have a sub-pool to draw from, and with low salaries, you can't find people to fill positions. So the question is, do you want to pay staff, or do you want to waste money continuing to approve people going on conferences, more programs, contracts, outsourcing? Do you want to continue to hire more coordinators and directors at the sites where all you will have left is going to be students, a few teachers, a principal, without any clerical staff? Think long and hard about what you want. You're currently on a downward slope, sliding fast. Time is going against you. Staff is getting madder by the day.
Our next public comment is Monica Pacini.
I'm a Teamsters, y'all. My name is Monica Pacini. I have been in this district since 2002, and I wasn't emotional until she got up here. But I started as a bilingual instructional aide. I became permanent in 2010. Yes, I subbed for 8 years. No chance of becoming permanent until then, when I became a SCOW. That's a school community outreach worker. I'm at my top step, and I have not gotten any increase except for the COLAs, thanks to our Teamsters becoming our reps. I have not seen anything in the last 5 years. Now we are being offered $1 and change increase for me in a range increase. That's ridiculous. I am tired of not being recognized for all that we are asked to do. The district is thinking twice or not thinking at all about our wage proposals, but they don't think twice when something has to get done. And guess what? The SCOWs can do it because we are able to do so much. And every one of you speak to those supervisors who say, my SCOW can get that done. How many phone calls do we make during the summer to find your students that don't show up? How many phone calls do we make during the summer? Okay, when we should be on our vacation because we work during the whole school year to do everything that needs to get done, have those forms filled out. But you guys don't see that.
Our next public comment is Veronica Diaz.
Good evening, I'm Veronica. I'm with Teamsters 856. We represent the campus safety specialists, SCOWs, building maintenance custodians, food service workers, interpreters, payroll, HR techs, IT, desktop support, grounds department, clerical, and paraprofessionals, and the list goes on. This isn't just a list. This is the backbone of your district. But tonight, one paraprofessional in particular is heavy on my mind. She cannot be here, so I will read this for her. Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Chavez. I have been a paraprofessional for the deaf and hard of hearing since I was 19. I am 31 now. I love my job, but $2,386 a month after taxes, $1,250 for rent, one studio with 2 kids, $105 for AAA car insurance, $50 PG&E, $120 for gas, $185 phone and cable.
I have $376 left over for food and clothes. It's getting harder and harder with everything costing more, yet you want me to come to work with a smile on my face to get hit, scratched, and bitten. $23 an hour isn't cutting it anymore. I would like you to consider if you would show up to work for $2,386 a month. You might, but Angela's had enough. And I think everybody in this room has as well. You are coming to our negotiations asking us to help your fiscal solvency plan by taking a very paltry raise. That is not a fiscal solvency plan, with all due respect. That is a death sentence for this district. So instead of asking people who have literally nothing more to give you, I challenge you to call your leaders statewide, anywhere. I will knock on any door and ask them to help you solve and create a fiscal.
Our next public comment is Maisha Harris-Gash.
Good evening, everybody. I teach at Kennedy High School. I'm a very proud graduate of Kennedy High School as well. So if you don't know who Eric Thomas is, E.T. or the hip hop preacher, he is a motivational speaker, one of the tops in the world, and I share him with my students weekly. This week, the video I showed them talked about outlast the pain of today. He shared with them that his years of homelessness and being a high school dropout, eating out of garbage cans, turned into a book. He shared with him that his relationship with his mom was strained, not having a relationship with his dad for 30 years turned into a book. He also told them that he outlasted his pain, got a GED, got his bachelor's degree, got a PhD, and now he is one of the top motivational speakers in the world. I also shared with you what I shared with my students about my last 5 days. I celebrated the life of an ancestor. He lived 85 years. The shocking death of my college friend of 30 years. Celebrated my aunt's 75th birthday. And on Sunday, found out about someone from my Pop Warner cheerleader days that he died. It's been hard. And I shared with my students that I pushed past the pain to be there for them because of my purpose and the passion that I have in being their teachers. All of this led me to the poem, The Dash. I read of a man who stood to speak at the funeral of a friend. He referred to the dates on her tombstone from the beginning to the end. He noted that first came the date of her birth and spoke the following date with tears. But he said what mattered most of all was the dash between those years. For that dash represents all of the time that she spent alive on earth. And now only those who loved her know what that little line is worth. For it matters not how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash.
Our next public comment is Javier Ochoa.
Good evening. Today is my first time speaking in public. So bear with me and I apologize. I'm a CSS for this district. I've been with the district about 10 years. It's not looking any better as the years have gone by. It's getting harder and harder for our children, for our teachers. I'm on the bargaining committee. We've asked, for a decent wage increase. We're being offered pennies. I know we're very top heavy in this district. The people that run this district are teachers, are the people at the site. Those are the people that make this district run. And I think that's why all you guys are in your positions to make sure that happens. And as of yet, we're not looking any good as the years have continued to go. So I ask you, to please be fair, be honest. You know, there, as a CSS, we're in some sites, we're being asked to cover in for teachers 35, 40 minutes in classrooms. That is unacceptable. We have teachers, we have some subs that really are just bodies. I believe that our kids deserve a lot better than that. Our families deserve a lot better than that. We're all here because of those students. We're all here because of those families. And we all need to do better. You guys can do better. We can do better, but we need your support. We can't do it without you guys. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Miguel Gallegos.
Hi, my name is Miguel Gallegos. I am with Teamsters Local 856, and we represent the classified staff at WCCUSD. We represent the office and technical support staff, the grounds, maintenance and services department, paraprofessionals, substitutes, and so many more that you have heavily relied on during this pandemic. Without us, student, teachers, and principals do not receive the day-to-day support it takes to keep this district running. Last year, we were told that because of the pandemic, the district could not afford a cost of living adjustment and instead offered wage increases to just half of our members. This was an incredibly divisive move that created tension, stress, and distrust, but we understood what the district was going through and the budget constraints. We were told to hang on until this year. Now we hear about historic investments in education. We hear a more hopeful message from the CBO. Yet I ask, why are we not being offered enough to keep up with the cost of living? We are at a breaking point. We have homeless members. We have members who receive support from the union's emergency fund, members who have worked here for 20 years or more, who are now submitting resumes for other jobs. If you lose us, you lose the backbone of this district. The way to keep your workers and honor them is by putting respect on their check.
Our next public comment is Michelle Devant.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. We appreciate the extra time. My name is Michelle Tebow. I am a district graduate. I went to Murphy and Adams and De Anza. Then I left for 4 years to go to college and came right back here to teach. And I love my students. I love my community. But what are we going to do to retain teachers? I was bombarded over the summer on Facebook with ads about Mount Diablo Unified offering $10,000 bonuses for people who go there. And here we all here for our students. And all I'm hearing all night is that we're not being respected. We're not retaining the people that we need to retain. We're not recruiting the people that we need to recruit. We're all here for the students, but let's make it so that we have students here. Because if we don't have teachers, the students are going to go elsewhere. We want to be able to afford to live here. I can't even afford to live in this district because I don't make enough money. So I have to live further out and commute to school. So let's do better. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Chantel Foster. Chantel Foster. Next public comment is Andrea Livinghouse.
Good evening, school board and WCCUSD community. My name is Andrea Livinghouse, speech language pathologist and United Teachers of Richmond representative of the K-12 speech department. I want to voice my support for the UTR bargaining team and demand that the district prioritizes teachers, supporting staff, and our mental health to best support our students. We need a significant increase in salary, far more than 3%, to retain our high quality educators in this high cost community. As it is now, we do not have enough coverage to give our students the schools they deserve. Students deserve better and we deserve better. We are following through on our end, follow through on yours.
Our next public comment is Moira Bilby.
Hi there. I'm a parent at Ellerhorst, and 10% seems modest. I was supportive of the teachers in WCC getting a 24% raise. That seems more appropriate. I'm actually like shocked at how little they're willing to accept out of their love for students, but I more wanted to address the issue of respect. We had a community forum because of a mistake that was made that cost one of that cost us one of our teachers who has been at our school for, I think it's 5 years. There were 2 additional positions added to Ellerhorst this year that made no sense. And then those same positions were taken away 2 weeks into the year, but because of transfer rules, that meant that one of our teachers who had been there for 5 years was displaced. Last night, we asked, how did this happen? And nobody knew. And people were looking around like, hey, do you know, how did this happen? Well, I believe those positions were there last year. They were not. Those positions were not part of our school last year. Why were they added this year? Now this poor teacher who is amazing and who my students don't even have. My kids' teachers weren't moved. My kids are fine. I am here because the system is failing students. And that kind of disrespect to that teacher is shocking. It is shocking. You're adding positions. Nobody can say who added those positions or why. You knew that we were going to ask about that. You got lots and lots of emails and nobody bothered to do the research to figure out when was this position added, why was it added? And the only way to make up for it is to fix the problem and ask Miss Baker what she wants now, because she has been profoundly disrespected by this district, as are the other teachers. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Kat Whitman.
Dr. Hurst, members of the board, thank you for your time. My name is Kat Whitman, and I am the parent of a 4th grader and a kindergartner at Ellerhorst Elementary. I'd like to address the issue of the redistribution of teachers in the district, specifically removing 2 teachers from Ellerhorst to fill vacancies elsewhere. I'd like to first state that I believe that every student should have a fully qualified credentialed teacher in the classroom. You've received countless emails and heard from many of us last night regarding how this mess could have happened in the first place, why it is happening 5 weeks into the school year, and the toll it's taking on our students, our teachers, and our community as a whole. I'd like to add tonight this thought. This all happened because of a teacher shortage. I get it. It was a nationwide teacher shortage, but it was nationwide. Okay, we get that. It's my firm belief that this scenario, what you did with Ellerhorst, with Stewart, with the other schools in our district by displacing teachers who've been there for 5 weeks, along with your inability to pay our teachers what they're worth, will only exacerbate the teacher shortage that started this in the first place. If this sort of thing is allowed to happen, current teachers will leave and potential teachers will be dissuaded from joining the district. I'm sure that you hope this will all blow over, but I fear that you will continue to see the repercussions of this at least this year, if not for years to come.
Our first public comment on Zoom is Corey Wade. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dr. Hurst, school board trustees, my name is Corey Wade, and I'm also an Ellerhorst Elementary School parent. I was having a great year to start the year until Thursday evening when I was, informed about the decision to displace 2 Illerhorst teachers. The following Friday, the majority of Illerhorst teachers walked out. The majority of Illerhorst students did not attend, protesting this decision. Students were seen crying in the yard. I have seen parents crying, and I have spoken with teachers who are now talking about leaving due to decisions like this. The Illerhorst community has suffered because of this decision and continues to suffer. This is not okay. The bond between a student and a teacher is a sacred bond, and it is the core of the elementary school experience. Instead of hearing justifications as to why this happened, I think what is needed are steps of compassion in an effort to heal, ameliorate, and restore the confidence that has been broken. I fully support the parents who said that the teachers deserve a raise of 24%. I think you should bend over, excuse me, you should bend over backwards to make the teachers in this community happy, and all of the staff as well who have spoken here tonight. Please look within, reflect, and move toward innovative and creative solutions so that we can begin to start working together to help realize the potential that this district has. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Amy Benzuli. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Amy Benzuli, and I'm a parent of 2 kids at Ellerhorst Elementary. I'm speaking tonight because my son's teacher was taken away and transferred to another school this week. You've heard from other parents that are in the same situation, and I'm listening to all these teachers speak, and it's clear that we have a real problem. We were 6 weeks into the school year, and the move was made after the contracted date allowed within the union. You've heard that Ellerhorst was told we had to take these 2 new teachers, and the numbers didn't support it. Everybody said we didn't need these teachers, but the district forced these teachers on us. And because of that, we are losing a wonderful teacher that's been with the school for 4 years when they decided to get rid of 2 teachers. If the district hadn't made this decision, we wouldn't be in this position now. We wouldn't have known how amazing Miss Stokes was. Miss Baker's job wouldn't be on the line because we wouldn't have hired these teachers in the first place. There is a real disconnect here. It's hard to understand how this mistake of this magnitude was made. And as people said, nobody could answer the question when we asked multiple times. I think we asked the same question 5 different times in the forum before it was addressed that they really had no idea. It's really a problem to ask a question so many times and to try and give an answer to an entire community without actually having an answer and not knowing that everyone was gonna, that you didn't have that answer in the first place, that you didn't go looking for that answer. We understand there's a teacher shortage and we feel for all these kids without a teacher, but taking away my kid's teacher wasn't the answer. You're trying to fix one school by completely tearing apart another. The district created this mess and needs to own up to it, realize the mistake, and give these teachers, these kids, their teacher back.
Our next public comment is Chandra Sher. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Chandra Sher. I have been teaching for 16 years at Ohlone Elementary School, and as of today, I am now teaching a 2nd and 3rd grade combination class. I am not there in person because I am still planning for tomorrow. I received my finalized class list this morning, and students started class today while my 2nd graders who were displaced to other classes emptied their desks with tears streaming down their cheeks. You looked at us like a number and you treated us like a number that you could change because you couldn't find teachers willing to teach for the working conditions and wages you offer. There is no teacher shortage. There's just a shortage of highly qualified educators willing to work for what you have to offer. There are educators who would like a chance at home ownership. I encourage you to instruct the bargaining team to come to an agreement with the teachers union so this never happens again and every classroom is staffed with an amazing educator. Lastly, I want to thank Trustee Smith-Folds for your support and advocacy for our students. I appreciate that you took the time to visit my classroom and that you are always willing to listen to concerns. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Hannah Gaitner. Please unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, my name is Hannah Geithner, and this year I'm a 5th grade teacher at Stige. Last year, at the end of the year, I ended up taking over the 4th grade class because this district failed to place anybody there. This is the same cohort that since they were 1st grade, most of them have had half teachers throughout the school years. Last year, at the end of the year, they decided to write letters to you all. We received 0 responses from 4th graders. So I'm going to just read you some of the things that they said. These are direct quotes from their letters. To quote Amari, "We need better stuff. You give all the other 37 schools better than stuff than us. We need grass outside so we don't fall and hurt ourselves. We need better windows. Most of our teachers left us." Crying emoji. "They got replaced in a few months or weeks or never." To quote Issa, "Let me tell you some of the things that we need. New furniture, new windows. We can't see through them and they are like 1,000 years old. New paint, more stories. We only have 1 story. We also don't have a 4th grade teacher, so some more teachers." To quote London, "My school needs many new things. We need new windows because we cannot see out of them. We also need new classrooms." She included photos of holes in the wall, lights without light bulbs. "We need a new playground because this one is old and broken and dangerous." She included photos of a bench that was unpainted. To quote Amarian, "I'm writing to you because I've noticed that other schools near me have things my school does not have. We need new furniture. We need new windows so we can see out the windows because right now you cannot. We need new teachers because my class didn't even have a teacher this year."
Please conclude your comment. Our next public comment is Karen Van Winkle. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Our next public comment is Sam Shosha. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, board members and Superintendent Hurst. My name is Sam Sosha. I've been a school psychologist here for 8 years. I prefer to be there in person tonight, but I actually have a newborn at home. And I only say that because even at this stressful time, it's incumbent upon me to speak with you. Since I did last time the district tried to trick us out of giving us what we're worth, which is only a living wage for the Bay Area. We psychologists are members of UTR along with speech therapists, counselors, librarians, and nurses. Sometimes we forget about those parts of UTR. Collectively, we have faced unprecedented mental health challenges over the last 3 years, and our UTR staff has done their best to meet those challenges. Even our best efforts haven't kept up with rising demands. Yet, children continue to struggle, families disenroll from our schools, and educators are faced with rising prices. I even contemplated leaving the field myself last year. Strong teachers at my school have resigned due to not being able to pay their bills. One even deferred her role to teach reading at San Quentin Penitentiary. So let that resonate for a second. They preferred to work with convicts rather than stay in WCCUSD. This is unacceptable. Those vacancies that I was talking about often are not filled. And currently, many of our special education students are receiving services through remote providers or substitutes, which are not sufficient for their needs. It's time to respect the needs of our staff. Please work to retain us through a respectable contract. We have been there for the community through the pandemic, and now it's time for the district to reciprocate. I hate to think of what will befall our students if you do not follow through. Thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is Ethan Sorsher. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Ethan Sorsher and I teach 5th grade at Montalban K-8. I first want to thank the board and Dr. Hurst for the proactive steps you've taken to address the shortage of teachers in our classrooms. I know you have inherited a difficult financial situation. Raising pay for substitutes and developing teacher residency partnerships is a good start, but it is clearly not sufficient. You've heard from families whose children are without credentialed teachers, whose taxes are paying for educational services their children are not receiving. That will not change until you create economic incentives for teachers to come to and stay in West Contra Costa. We join this work because we are passionate about serving our communities, but we also need to feed and shelter our families. The Economic Policy Institute calculates the annual cost for a single adult, one person, to survive in Contra Costa County at $58,947. No first-year teacher in our district makes this much. Dr. Hurst, how will our new teacher residency partnerships bring teachers into our district when they, like so many of us, will need to work multiple jobs to meet our own needs and the needs of our families and children? Since our last salary increase in 2020, the Consumer Price Index for the Bay Area has risen 10%, the same increase we are seeking in our pay. Your negotiating team's offer of 3% is insultingly low. In the middle of a labor shortage, when the district is receiving a 12% increase in state funding, you are asking us to accept a 7% pay cut relative to inflation. Every member of our staff, classified and certificated, deserves a cost of living adjustment that keeps pace with inflation. Our schools cannot function without all of us. Educators are choosing to work in districts that appropriately value our labor. Your choices are driving people to leave the district and the profession. Please choose instead to offer us agreements we can accept. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Darla Bruce. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. I had so many things I wanted to speak about. And right now I just received another message from a parent that is leaving our school because we do not have a 6th grade teacher. These are the same students that had no 5th grade teacher last year, where our administration let them stand outside and nobody came to take them. I stepped up and I took them to support our district. Guess what I was rewarded with? I was rewarded with 3 weeks administrative leave because I dared to email our superintendent. I also want to speak on behalf of the playground supervisors. I have done this job for over 11 years. You have somebody at Ohlone that's worked for over 35. We have not gotten a pay raise. We are not even considered valuable. We don't get longevity. This lady's been here for 35. I've been here 11. You want quality supervisor playground? Make us valuable by signing it in those paychecks. I step up every time I can. It's time for you guys to step up and pay us what we deserve. Sorry, I got a little bit riled up there, but thank you. And I guess that's all I say, because Dr. Hurst has seen me before. I'm a crybaby, so I'm gonna get off before I start crying. Respect us like we respect you.
Our next public comment is Andrew Wilkie. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. It's Mr. Wilkie from Richmond High School. I've been there. This is my 9th year at Richmond High School. And I gotta say, dude, this has been the craziest year I've taught. I can't believe I keep saying that every single year. But all these things we're hearing from everybody, and about how this stuff affects our students. You guys aren't in the classroom. You have zero idea what our students are like right now. I tell you, this group of freshmen is much different than any group of freshmen I've taught in my 9 years at this school. These kids have severe, not just learning loss, but just the loss, all the stuff we talked about during COVID, right? So there's that. Then we also got, you guys say there's a teacher shortage. What are you doing to address it? There's other districts, we see them advertising. They come at us, bro. You think people don't try and hire us? You have skilled, highly skilled, specialized professionals. You can't just go find someone who does what I do. And yet we always are put at this weird spot where I don't know, you take advantage of the fact that we love the kids and we care about their education and we care about the community, because a lot of us are from this community and we're invested in it because my family's blood is in these hills and mine will be too one day. But will yours? Do you have that level of commitment? Because right now you clearly don't. I emailed all y'all asking a question about this block funding that has a specific section set aside labeled for the arts. I recognize that in the fine print it says it can be used for anything. But you know, secondary music teachers at the high school level, I teach 7 preps. That's 7 different courses, 7 different performance classes are what I teach. I get $1,400 a year for a budget from WCCUSD. Everything else is gotten on the grace of God from the intelligence of my administrators, or it's fundraised for. And I accept that fundraising is part of my job, but $1,400, it's $100 for a piece of music, $25 or $50 for 25 reads. So you guys.
Our next public comment is James Powers. Please unmute yourself. James Powers, please unmute yourself. Our next public comment is William. Please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is William Bay. I am a parent of a 2nd grader and a 4th grader at Ohlone. 2 teachers was taken away from Ohlone because of the classroom consolidations. No, consolidation is a great strategy, but it should have been implemented in the beginning. I mean, we are not numbers, we are humans. Kids, parents, and teachers have been building relationship and trust for the 6 weeks. That's 1/5 of the school year. And it's all got taken away in 3 days. I mean, you took 2 teachers from Ohlone. The other school that get the 2 Ohlone teachers, at best, they have 50 happy students. But this has direct negative impact on 4 classes at Ohlone, at least 80 sad students. I mean, we had teachers and kids crying in school because of this move. I mean, parents are angry, worried, and some even had to hold back their tears when talking about it. I mean, some kids told their parent that they don't want to go to school because their teachers are gone. I mean, teachers are trying their best to focus on growing our future, but that's not really possible since this move. I mean, how are all this a positive and healthy learning environment? I mean, one of my daughters told me this morning that she had a nightmare. She dreamt that in school, when the bell rang, she and her friends were forced to go to a different school. When they got teleported there, they realized that the new school was a deserted island and they couldn't come back. Luckily, she's not one of the 4 classes that lost teachers, but mentally it impacted her too. For the kids who have directly impacted by the move, their mental state must be way, way worse.
Our next public comment is Karen Van Winkle. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Trustee Smith Folds. Thank you, Smith Folds, for making it happen. Good evening. My name is Karen Van Winkle. I'm a very proud parent of 3 West Contra Costa students and a proud 3rd grade teacher at Ohlone Elementary, and I've been teaching in the district for 24 years. Unfortunately, I've endured a mess of a district for over 2 decades. I'm extremely disappointed with the district's mismanagement and delay in balancing enrollment at our elementary schools within the 15 days outlined in your contract with UTR. You have broken our contract and our trust. Here is a snapshot of how your decision affected Ohlone over the past 7 days. Thursday, we were notified that we need to eliminate 2 teaching positions. Thursday, we were notified that we must move 2 teachers to another grade level or a combination. Thursday, we were notified this decision would affect nearly 300 students across 9 classrooms from kindergarten to 3rd grade. Monday, our teachers who needed to transfer involuntarily received notice of their new placements. Tuesday, our classes were split because we had no subs to cover the teachers who needed to pack for a new school. Tuesday, our displaced teachers had no sub, no boxes to pack their classrooms. And today, 5 days after this decision made, we received new students across kindergarten through 3rd grade. Changing the topic, 3% increase, we get 3.5 for any new students in our classroom. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jess Reddit. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Hello? Our next public comment is Patricia Garrett. Please unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me? You can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Patricia Garrett, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Peary's Elementary. And I want to start with small scale. I've heard we've had 3,000 students in the district that didn't start with teachers this year. And I will say that we had 7 vacancies at my site, which 7 classes of students that didn't have teachers. And it's been horrible. We've had wonderful retired teachers come in and try and help, my mom included, but they want to live their retired lives. They can't make this district run. And so in the first 4 weeks of school, I had my former kindergartners who are supposed to be in 1st grade, learning their 1st grade curriculum, becoming more powerful readers, in my kindergarten class doing handouts. It's not right. I have another job that I go to 2 to 3 days a week because I can't live off a teacher salary and save in this area. Larger scale, there is the Learning Policy Institute has a study that they did, and they said that for each new hire that a district has, it spends about $20,000. We're spending $20,000 every time a teacher leaves. And I just looked on EdJoin just tonight. There are 282 posts for 1,185 job vacancies in this district. It is absolutely ridiculous. You're not respecting the Teamsters, you're not respecting UTR, and those are the people that are making this district run. Do better. That's it. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Maureen Toms. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Toms. I'm a Pinole resident.
a parent of 3 former students, and a member of the Pinole City Council. I have also served on the Site Council, Redistricting Committee, and the CBOC. So I'm very familiar with the different sites within the district. Over this last weekend, I received many phone calls and emails about the massive changes in classrooms in our community schools. I want to give a shout out to the parents of Pinole Valley High School, Stewart and Ellerhorst and Collins that I've heard here tonight. But I wanted to note that the teaching vacancies at these several schools have created extreme disruption to those schools and those 3,000 students that have been without a teacher. The response to that disruption was to involuntarily transfer teachers to fill those vacancies, thereby doubling the number of students impacted by this teacher shortage. That was not necessary to go about it that way. I fear that this disrespect of the teachers will cause more teachers to either leave the district or leave the profession altogether. The disrespect of the students and families could result in families leaving the district to charter schools or private schools, with a continued loss of ADA and just the financial loss spinning out of control. We need to get a handle of this situation, and we need to get it done now. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Joseph Glatzer. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Glatzer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Joseph Glatzer. I teach history and English 7th grade at Hercules Middle School, and this is also my 7th year in the district. So if you stay up long enough tonight to hear some of the board members and some district staff speak, what you'll be told is, despite everything you've heard tonight, that educators deserve to be paid more, but the district just can't afford it. And this is not true. The district apparently just has different priorities, and they think that they know better ways to spend the record-setting state education funding. They think consultant and contractors matter more. These are people who do not work directly with students. They think it's more important to have a massive reserve fund, which outpaces other districts and is far beyond what we need or is required. What do these consultants we hire even do? Do they work with students? WCCUSD, you need to get your priorities straight. Why do so many of our students not have a permanent credentialed teacher? It's not a mystery, it's because we don't pay enough. Every student deserves a teacher, a counselor, a librarian, a nurse, and all the other employees that we need to serve our students. I think the 3% offer that we were given is very insulting. I think it's way below even what inflation has already caused us to lose in our salaries. And I think the 10% we're asking for this year is extremely modest. And I think it needs to be given to us very quickly so that we don't have more teachers leaving, more students being pulled to go to charters and private because they want their parents want their kids to have a teacher in their classroom. That's not rocket science, and that's our job, that's what we need to provide. And so let's retain our staff, let's retain our students, let's increase morale where it's in the absolute bottom right now. And let's make a change, because this year is a make or break time where you're going to lose a lot of people if you don't make a change. Thank you.
Our next public comment is David Hopper. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, board and community. I'm a parent of a Mira Vista student, 2nd grader, who has, not had a teacher all year. I've been told his teacher will be there on Friday, and I'm assuming it's probably likely one of these teachers who have been transferred from another school, which makes me wonder and feel bad for those kids. And what I'd like to speak about tonight is just the lack of accountability and lack of communication that I've experienced as a parent from day one. You would think that if there was a shortage of teachers and you were going to know that these teachers weren't going to be present in classrooms, at least the district could have made an effort to communicate with parents. But rather, they waited till the last minute. We found out our kid wouldn't have a teacher like the day of school starting. And nobody, nobody told us about anything. And then I tried to contact the board. I tried to contact the board office. I tried to contact my school. I tried to contact our executive director, our principal. I didn't receive any emails back. I didn't really receive any responses back. And what I did receive back from the executive director of my school was a copy and paste without a signature that had been addressed to other parents as well, and to think that this is the decision making that's going on and that no one's being held accountable for this. And look at the impact that it's having at so many different levels. I'd just like to ask you guys to be accountable, have some integrity, do something right, but have a plan, have it together. Like, take action. Don't just sit around like you've been sitting around. Like, no, this is coming. Don't just sit there. This is serious. This is not child's play. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Jose de Leon. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, board, school district. Once again, thank you to all the administrators, teachers, and staff that have been struggling through the beginning of this year. As a team, we have been working to provide the best education for our students with what's in front of us. We're still working through teacher shortages and putting classrooms together. And it takes a lot of coordination from the administration and the teachers to get this up and running. So thank you for that hard work. Our students deserve all in order for them to prepare for their future. We tell our students every day that we offer them the ability to get opportunities through their education. We also need to make sure that the adults that are working with the students feel that they also have those opportunities. So once again, I'd like to thank everyone's hard work for supporting the students and keeping the students in our mind first. Healthy students, healthy adults make everything work well. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Christina Perry. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Christina Perry. I'm a registered nurse, public health nurse, district nurse, and co-lead of the nurses department. To start, I wanted to describe to you the current status of our district regarding the nurses department. There are 4 full-time registered nurses with a bachelor's of science or master's degree in nursing and preliminary or full credential in school nursing. There are 11 licensed vocational nurses and 11 contracted nurses at sites, give or take 3 to 5 at any given day. There are 56 sites, school sites. 36 sites have a registered nurse assigned to them. That ratio is 1 registered nurse to 9 to 11 schools. 20 school sites do not have a registered school nurse assigned to oversee them. It is an understatement to say that morale is very low. The California School Nurses Organization recommends 1 nurse to 1,200 elementary students and 1 nurse to 1,500 secondary students, or 1 nurse to 100 severely handicapped students. The shortage in the district is widespread regarding retention, and the nurse department is no different. Teachers and staff should be able to perform tasks within their roles and scope of practice, and staff should be adequately equipped and trained to support students. We do not have the manpower to provide this service safely at this time, and it's unsafe and it's unethical. Please provide or advertise for more nurses to be hired for student care and for staff support. Please make greater efforts to retain the teachers, psychologists, SLPs, specialties, and us nurses, because we care about this district. And in speaking on behalf of the nurses department, we quite honestly might all leave next year if the current situation is not addressed and remediated. We have opportunities. People are looking for nurses out there. I'm praying for this district and I want the best for the students and the families in this district. We're concerned for the safety of students. We're concerned for the safety of our staff. We're concerned for the safety of our families. Please support the nurses and their educational requirements to maintain their job and also to perform the state mandates. Help us help you as best we can. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Ivy Winston. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Hello? Our next public comment is Andre Shoemake Sr. Please unmute yourself.
To our esteemed board president, Mr. Christian, to our illustrious superintendent, Dr. Hurst, to the distinguished members of the board. My name is Reverend Shoemake, a proud school community outreach worker at Lipscomb Elementary School, AKA Paradise. I come before you tonight to share with you that if you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always gotten. It's time to do something different. You all have laid out a very bold and courageous transformative vision for this district. And I believe with the collective wisdom that you possess, we can do that and you can make it happen. And if we're going to address the issues of declining enrollment within this district, you would need boots on the ground. There's your certificated employees and the classified employees. It is written that a workman is worthy of his hire. It is written that a workman is worthy of his hire. So I believe that you all's heart is in the right place, and with the collective wisdom that you possess, that you can make this happen. It is important that you do all that you can to be physically responsible and take care of your employees. And I believe you all have the wisdom to do that. And I believe in all of you to do it. And we've heard from teachers and classified employees, and we're dependent upon you to do that because we're all here for the kids. It's all about the kids. And so we have to decide at this board collectively how we all can work together to meet the needs of our family. You all can do this. I believe in you, and I just ask that you put your hearts and minds together and make it happen. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Angela Silver Lima. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Angela Silver Lima. I'm a parent at Mira Vista School. You guys are probably sick of hearing from me, and I'm sick of complaining. Tonight I'm calling to talk about my son's kindergarten teacher. She was removed from our school, and we were called on Friday by the attendance clerk and told that our class was being split between the two classes. And when I picked my son up, his teacher said she would not be moving to either of the two vacant classes at our campus. Where did she go? We don't know. We have two vacant classes. At the beginning of the summer, we started with 10 vacancies at our site. Our enrollment dropped since then, and we didn't need these portables that arrived over the summer for all these classes that aren't filled. We have a 7th grade class with no teacher, so our vice principal is in there. We have a 2nd grade class with no teacher. Our principal is in there. My 4th grader, he said to me, Mom, our school needs a principal because right now the principals are in the classroom. This district is dysfunctional and you're late to the game. You need to lead from the front. You knew there was a teacher shortage, but you didn't post on EdJoin until June. There were no applicants and you don't pay enough. I heard Mr. McIntyre give a presentation and acknowledge that the inflation rate this year is 9%. Why are you offering teachers chump change? You will never attract any valuable teachers if you can't pay them and support them in the classroom.
Our next public comment is Jess Reddit. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Reddit, and I'm the parent of a fourth grade student at Ellerhorst Elementary, Joseph Reddit. I think the person who can speak best about the impact that this teacher redistribution has had on the students is the students themselves. But before I pass the mic to him, I just want to say that I'm just so disappointed in the mismanagement of this situation. And I really have lost faith in this district as a whole. The teachers are amazing, but I am really just disappointed in the communication and the lack of management by the superintendent. And quite frankly, I'm considering pulling my child from the district, which would be a really unfortunate decision. But I'm going to let my son just talk about how this decision to remove his teacher, Mrs. Baker, has impacted him.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joseph. As she said, I'm an Ellerhorst student in Miss Baker's class, and in my opinion, so when you're moving teachers around to other schools, it doesn't get anything done. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
And our last public comment for tonight is Dario Santiago. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Dario Santiago. I am a proud parent of a first grade and third grade DLI student at Stewart Elementary. My kids, current and previous teachers have been phenomenal. Both of my children have excelled. This year, unfortunately, my third grader didn't have a teacher. He was moved around different classrooms at different grade levels from first grade to fifth grade, and it has been very disturbing to his learning and development. How can I make him feel that the district cares about his education? I thought this was temporary and I thought it would pass, but I've been recently educated on the history of issues in this district. I've talked to other parents in the higher DLI grades and also parents from across the district. You should know we're a tight community. Our children from across the districts are friends in camps, after school programs, and other activities. I've learned from parents from across the district the repercussions of keeping their children in WCC. I've heard from teachers who have left the district, not because of their school, but because of the decisions made by you. I've heard from teachers who live here and work outside of the district. They will not teach in their own community because of the district's reputation and the decisions that you have made. But I do have hope. I am here to ask that you do better. The mismanagement of students and the classrooms, mismanagement of funds, and teacher burnout, there's a lot of work ahead of us, but let's start by giving teachers a fair wage. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment.
All right. I want to thank everyone from the teachers to the classified staff, for everybody for making comments, public comment this evening. And as we continue on with the agenda, we're going to the agenda review and adoption.
Thank you, President Christian. Speaking to Dr. Hurst, we are removing item F1 from this agenda. We're placing it on a future agenda.
Okay, F1. Are there any other changes?
President Christian, if there's no other changes, I'll move that we approve the agenda as is with item F1 removed.
All right, it's been moved.
Reckler will second.
It's been moved by Clerk Gonzalez Hoy, second by Trustee Reckler. And on to the vote. We start with our student trustees. Trustee Miles.
Miles, yay.
Trustee Sapinion.
Sumpanya, yes.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Trustee Trustee Phillips.
Yeah.
All right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez Hoy, yes.
All right. And Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yeah.
All right. And myself is a yes for the agenda. So it's been adopted. And now we go into the approval of minutes of September the 7th.
I'd like to move the approval of the September 7th, 2022 minutes as presented.
I'll second, President Christian.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Reckler and second by Clerk Gonzalez Hoy. And now to the vote. Trustee Miles.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what I'd be voting on?
Approval of the minutes.
Miles, yay.
All right. Trustee Sapinion.
Sumpanya, yes.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Trustee Phillips.
Yeah.
All right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez Hoy, yes.
All right. And Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
And myself is a yes. All right, minutes are approved. And now we go into the consent items. Are there anything or anyone like to pull anything from the consent item? Trustee Reckler.
I'd like to pull C 13, resolution 2223-14 District Board of Education meeting during the state of emergency arising from COVID-19 for a roll call vote. And then I would like to pull from the agenda and table board bylaw update 9320.
We can only pull it from the consent calendar now on item C15. When we get to the discussion on it, then you can make the motion to table it.
Great, thank you for that correction. I'd just like to pull it for discussion then at this point.
Okay. All right, Trustee Phillips.
I'd like to pull item C2, 5, 8, bless you. C2, 5, 8, 9, and 12.
All right, anybody else? All right. So Need a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
President Christian, I'll move that we approve the consent calendar with pulling C2, 5, 8, 9, 12, 13, 15.
All right.
Reckler will second. Oop.
I just wanted to clarify really quickly, for efficiency. My pull on C5 is only for one contract. It's the Mindful Life Project. Well, I'm just saying we can pull that one and if, I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm just telling you, so if you want to vote on everything else, you can, but if you don't want to, that's fine too.
Because it's lumped as all of number 5 in contracts, we'll pull it all and we'll discuss one that you want and then we can adopt everything else.
All right. So it was second.
Reckler will second.
Okay, it was second by trustee Reckler. All right. And now to the vote. Trustee Miles.
Miles abstain.
All right. Trustee Pena.
Singh abstain.
Trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Trustee Phillips.
Yeah.
All right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez, so yes.
All right. And trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yeah.
All right. And myself, yes, for the agenda. All right. Motion passed. Now we go on to D, superintendent communication.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we please bring up the presentation? Thank you. Next slide, please. We wanted to open up with a memoriam. We have a retired special ed teacher aide, Rosemary Archuleta, recently passed away. Ms. Archuleta worked for the district for 48 years before she retired in 2017. She worked at Lincoln and Downer Elementary. We just wanted to share with the family our thoughts and prayers go out to the Archuleta family during this difficult time. Next slide. We also wanted to give a special shout out to Ms. Betty Reed Soskins, and I know she's probably not listening, or her family, but anyone listening, if you guys get the word to her that WCCUSD did not forget her birthday is tomorrow. She will be 101 years old. That is amazing. Amazing. So happy birthday to you. So we just wanted to just recognize her. We know that we have a school named after Miss Betty Reed. We just want to honor her, and we all know she's a civil rights activist, musician, businesswoman, and trailblazer. And we just wanted to say happy birthday. We are sending her a card from the district and also flowers from the district as well. So happy birthday. Next slide. We also wanted to talk about this difficult topic that we've heard so many people discuss this evening. And teachers, certificated staff, classified staff poured out their hearts to us this evening. And I just will say to all of you and those of you who are still here, I was listening, I was taking notes. Thank you for your heartfelt comments and your passionate comments as well. I received them. I know that the board was anxiously taking notes as well, and I know that they will have feedback for me and the staff. And I know our staff was listening too. And I will share that some of the comments, or a lot of them, it was hard to hear, but it was the reality of how our staff is feeling. So I just wanted to say I honor everything that you're saying, and I do appreciate all the work that you do. And sometimes we say things over and over again, and I don't want to make it be contrite, but I do want to say that as a superintendent, we do want to do better. I heard you say that again and again. I also heard some individuals say that they are hopeful, in spite of our current situation. And I will say as well that I'm hopeful as the superintendent. I heard Reverend Shoemake come on and speak about the vision and the strategic planning. And I heard people talk about community schools as well. There is a lot of work happening, and that work has to continue, and we have to reimagine our district. We have to reimagine education in such a time as this, in these unprecedented times. And I wanted to start off the superintendent report by sharing just an overall picture. And I heard someone else say this as well, one of the speakers, that they recognize that for this administration, a lot of us here, as you're looking over to my right, there are new staff in place, that we did inherit these issues. However, that doesn't negate the expectation that you have on us that it needs to be addressed. So we do hear you, and we do understand that we have that commitment to address all of these issues. I want to share with you also that when I first came here, I did a listening session with mostly all of the employees. I think I had the opportunity to talk with anyone that wanted to talk to me. And here's what I heard. One of the biggest issues when I first got here last year was staffing. The people I talked to talked about the shortage of custodial staff, food service workers, nurses, paraprofessionals, teachers, counselors, maintenance and grounds workers, school psychologists, principals, assistant principals, clerks, administrative assistants, secretaries, technicians, analysts, directors, and the list went on. These are real conversations that I had with people in the district, and that was last year. And remember, when we came back in full force. We were asked to come back with all staff, all students, and understanding that everyone knew that we had a shortage of staff even then. And what ended up happening was we were running our schools on the backs of a few people. And I heard this term again and again tonight, that people have experienced burnout. And that's exactly what happens when you're running and running and running, and a few people are doing the work. And we've been trying to do that all year. People have been overburdened. People are burnt out. And whether or not we've inherited the issue, it's our charge, my charge, their charge, staff's charge, and the board's charge to address these issues. And I'm committed. So thank you, Reverend Shoemake, for your inspirational and encouraging words, that collective impact is real and that we can address these issues and that we're committed. What I'll share with you is I'm always willing to take ownership when I need to take ownership and responsibility. As we're presenting this presentation this evening, we're not trying to make excuses, but we're just trying to share with you some of our thinking behind some of the decisions that have been made around some of the school changes. I also want to share with the Ellerhorst community my sincere apologies that we could not respond to that question about the 2 teachers But I had a commitment. Someone emailed me late last night. I think it was Miss Benzuli. And I made a commitment to her that we would get the response to the Ella Horse community. I've already talked to staff about that. They are actually drafting up a letter, and they will be sending out that response this week to the Ella Horse community. So we do apologize for that. If we can go to the next slide, please. So again, we wanted to just paint a picture of what's been happening. So I think I shared with you, this is an inherited issue, but it's our charge to address this issue. You're going to hear from our staff. You're going to hear from them say where we were during the summer and how many vacancies. Now, remember I said, we understand that people have been overburdened, and because of that, some decisions have been made, and we lost a lot of great people, classified and certificated staff. But there's been a lot of work done by our staff, so I don't want anyone to get the impression that we're not working hard. I have a great team. I'm proud of the team that we have, and they are hard workers. And they have closed the gap, but we do, as you heard tonight, we have a lot of work to do together. But here's our current reality, looking at the middle schools. You can see that Dr. Greenwood is going to come after me, and she's going to share where we were during the summer. But you can see right now, we've been able to close the gap. We have roughly, I think it's 16 or 18 teachers, and it's changing all the time. So that's why I'm fluctuating between those numbers, but about 16 to 18 teachers and I think 3 counselors positions where there's vacancies. And you can see on the far right, you know, how we're filling some of those. So some of those are being filled right now with subs. We have some teachers who have stepped up and they're doing teaching, doing their prep or 20% additional contract. So we are thankful for them as well. So this is the picture where we are right now with secondary. And if you can go to the next slide. So this is the picture where we are with elementary right now. And this was just updated today. And I think even when I spoke a couple of days ago, or even yesterday, the numbers was a little bit different. I think I said 36 vacancies. I think now today it's 24 vacancies. But here's where the difficult decisions have to be made from the superintendent level, from our staff. You can see here clearly that some of these schools and these positions are being filled with long-term subs or subs. And then you can see also some of them, we only have a sub up until the end of this month in September or December the 16th. And I apologize for the small print, but you can have access to this. It is available. But the reality, you can see that most of the vacancies are at the elementary level, which is why the big conversation around those schools who don't have teachers, which is where the hard conversation comes in. You can see an example at Valley View. You can see at Michelle Obama. You can see at even Perry's. You can see that there's no plan in place for those. Lincoln as well. So that's why the conversation has to happen. And I understand the passion and the frustration. I do get that, and I do sincerely apologize. And I did that with both communities that we spoke to about the inconvenience, the disruption, the social emotional turmoil of our students and our adults. We take ownership in that. And I'm not arbitrarily saying that we're going to do better. We are going to do better. We're not making any more moves this year. I shared that with the community, so I wanted to share that also with the board. Not making any more moves this year. And we are committed to addressing this. If there's moves that need to be made in the next year, that we will do it either during the summer or early at the beginning of the year. So this will not happen. So that's our commitment. And we're planning to that effect as well. Next slide. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Greenwood to speak about a little bit more about current reality.
Good evening, board. During the summer, at the end of the 21-22 school year, we had over 200 teachers resign, and 55 of those were retirements. So with significant vacancies and declining enrollment, our vacancies currently are 16 secondary teachers and 3 counselors and 24 elementary teachers. Substitute teachers were working day-to-day assignments rather than long-term positions. And then also we had a delay and a slowdown with the processing of credentials for our PIP/STIP waivers through the California Teaching Commission. Next slide. So our recruitment efforts, during the month of July, we had weekly job fairs to try to build up our staff and close the vacancy gaps that we were having. Also, one of our recruitment efforts is to have teacher residencies, and we're partnering with Cal State East Bay and Holy Names, and so that we can grow our own programs and build people in the community that want to stay here and teach in our district. Also, teachers were offered an extra 20% or teacher extra period at secondary and 3.5% to take extra students. This also was used to lower the number of vacancies. We are planning monthly recruitment efforts starting on October 13th. How to become a teacher or a sub. This will be a virtual event, so look for more details. Next slide. Turn it over to Ms. Martin.
Good evening, board, parents, and community. I am just going to go through a quick timeline of our staffing during the summer and how the staffing committee met and what that entailed. So we previously had, we have a vacancy now in the Director of Curriculum, Recruitment and Retention. And during the summer, at the end of the summer, he started reviewing enrollment numbers and convened the staffing committee. The staffing committee began looking at schools that could cover their own vacancies because of lower enrollment. Some of those schools included Steege, Nystrom, Bayview, Riverside, and Washington. Those schools that could cover their vacancies were communicated with by their executive director or director of recruitment and retention during the summer, and principals began to make shifts to their classes. At the day 5 count, schools that were still under enrolled were communicated with to start the consolidation process. A few things to consider that slowed down the process is definitely not to make excuses, but definitely to just say that the process did slow down because we had some schools who wanted to wait until the 15th day per the contract, as you've heard teachers name, because families enrolled closer to Labor Day. It also slowed down because some schools began advocating for a written process for criteria to establish when a class could or should be consolidated. For example, the number of combo classes a school could have and not impact overall culture and educational outcomes for students. The process to develop all the criteria was started with select principals and the staffing committee that was led by our former Director of Recruitment and Retention. The staffing committee decided to wait until the 15th day to start the process for consolidation and movement of teachers. The Director of Curriculum and Instruction transition and the numbers in terms of where we could consolidate and move teachers was turned over to Human Resources.
And from the 15th day to balance classes and completely finish by the 23rd day per the UTR contract. Staffing committee met to review the enrollment numbers. Staffing committee made recommendations to consolidate and collapse classes. Human Resources provided a list of recommendations of classes and reduction of FTE to the staffing committee. Recommendations were reviewed by Executive Cabinet. The staffing committee finalized the recommendations, and Human Resources met with UTR to review recommendations, and then principals were notified. Next slide. So our next steps are to meet monthly with the staffing committee to determine a criteria and timelines, communicate those timelines with the school administration, support the communication to school community, and commitment to address staffing issue before school starts. Balancing classes prior to the 15th day of the school year, which is contractual under the UTR contract. Thank you.
So as Dr. Greenwood was sharing, those next steps were designed to share with the board and the community how we are planning even right now to do it better. So when we say do it better, when she talks about the monthly planning meetings, but I wanted to back up just for a second and just share a process that we're going to be introducing to really help us problem solve this issue. And what we know is not just the issue of the staffing. We have enrollment. There's been a conversation around how enrollment should look like. Should it be at the sites? Should it be central as well? So that's a big conversation. So I introduced this or talked about design thinking probably last year to the board. And just as a reminder to the board and to the community, design thinking is just a process that allows us to really problem solve complex issues. And what I really appreciate about the design thinking approach is it allows us first, before we start looking at the problem or defining the problem and trying to come up with solutions. And I think we try to do that, and sometimes we come up with the wrong solution. So the important piece of design thinking is the empathize phase. And it really means that we really have to know our audience, and we really have to have conversations with our stakeholders, our students, our teachers, our classified, all those stakeholders, whether that's personal conversations or surveys, and really get their thoughts into what the issues are as well, because we don't want to incorrectly identify or define what the problem is. So we really want to use this process. When we talk about doing it better, it really means being very thoughtful and deliberate in just the process that we use to problem solve this issue around staffing and around enrollment and around numbers as well. So the phase that we'll be going through and planning around is to really talk with our audience first, our stakeholders, surveying them, and then seeing what rises to the top, see what those trends are from those conversations, and then based on those trends, then we define the problem. Then we can create ideas and brainstorm, and then begin to design some prototypes and testing them and then implementing them. So we just wanted to let you know that we are very serious about improving and doing better. Next slide. And we'll turn it back over to Ms. Martin.
Thank you again, board, community, and parents. I want to just name some of the supports that we are working through offering our teachers and our schools that are impacted by these consolidations. We are going to be having our psychologists and our counselors available for check-in with students. We are, there are 2 paid days, I think this might be repeated, two days of paid training to prepare teachers for the switch, additional and moving to or receiving an additional grade level. Collaboration time for effective teachers to plan together. Opportunity to change parent-teacher conference until November. This is something that Shannon will be offering and possibly at other sites. Holding a meet and greet for parents to meet their new teacher. Teachers, again, are being provided additional time to welcome students and offer social emotional learning. Teachers who are required to transfer schools will be provided a one-time $3,000 payment. Teachers also receive 2 days of moving support to another site provided by district custodians. And again, teachers receive 2 work days of transition to prepare for their new assignment. So 2 days to actually move and then 2 days to actually be at your school site to support setting up your classroom. So those are some of the things that we're doing to really try and support our teachers and our students. And we are also, which is not bulleted here, working on some type of stipend for teachers who receive students as well. Thank you.
I do believe that's all of our slides, and we'll turn it back over to you, Mr. President, for any questions.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? Trustee Smith-Fall and then Trustee Reckler.
So I would like to know who's on the committee?
We're planning, the committee that we worked with over the summer with some principals, some union members. So we're talking about expanding that committee at this time.
Are we talking about including teachers and students on that committee also?
Yes, we're looking at that as well, because we're also looking at starting a recruitment committee. So we're trying to figure out how to balance both of those out. But the recruitment committee, we definitely wanted parents and families and teachers and everybody involved in that. So because people always have connections. And so that's what we're, our team is looking at right now.
Thank you. Do our sites send out intent to return forms?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you believe, Dr. Hurst, that recruitment and culture are tied together?
Yes, I do.
So if we change the culture of WCCUSD, then we would have a greater impact on recruitment and retention of those teachers and staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Martin, do you know how long it takes to a teacher on average to set up to be ready to start the year? That includes labeling the seats, getting the pencil pouches ready, making sure you have the notebooks ready, making sure that the child is logged into Clever, making sure that the child is in a group that is appropriate for them or sitting next to them, getting to know them. About how long does something like that take?
I would say on average, somewhere between 2 to 4 days. You know, teachers come back 3 days earlier, normally on a Wednesday, and they have Wednesday, Thursday, and they normally only have 1 or 2 days in their classroom. But I do think it takes somewhere between 2 to 4 days to be fully prepared, which is why on the slide, you also saw that some of our schools, even though we gave 2 days for transition and 2 days to set up, we're also going to be trying to provide some collaboration and opportunities for those teachers to get subs to do any setup that they missed.
And the transition for students, because it takes students a while to transition into a new environment. So we want to make sure that we have the proper resources and supports in place. Has there been a conversation about starting our district after Labor Day?
We have not had that conversation yet that I am aware of, but we can definitely discuss it.
And then Dr. Hurst, that's, I believe, all of my questions. I will yield to the colleagues, but I would, President Christian, I do have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith-Fall. And I just wanted to just remind everybody it's 3 questions because I sent it in the email, so everybody should have got it. But 3 questions. All right. Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. Dr. Greenwood, would you be able to tell me what is the normal lead time to onboard a teacher? All the main milestones like resume, fingerprinting, credential clearing. So if you could map out approximately what that time is, and also Are there places in the system where you think time could be picked up?
It can be anywhere from 2 weeks to 3 weeks average. So once everything is submitted to us, we have to have them fingerprinted, but if there's any holes on the fingerprint, we have to still wait. And so that's why we say an average. It can take from like 2 days to 3 weeks or 4 weeks sometimes. And then we have to process, if they're a new employee that does not have a credential, then we have to apply for a credential to the California Teaching Commission, which can take a long time as well, which we're finding out across the state that there's a slowdown with processing credentials.
Okay, thank you. Next is, are all open positions posted? Aides, nurses, anything that we have open, is everything posted?
Yes, and then we try to archive those postings that are closed. And also, when available, when we have really hard to fill positions, we like to put them on Indeed, for example, bilingual teachers. So we have to find other avenues to post, because sometimes EdJoin doesn't only reach certain things, but we know Indeed can also help support the recruitment efforts.
And then finally, I think this is for Dr. McIntyre. So where do I find the allocation of aides and other support personnel? I've got the staffing matrix, but where is the rest of the people that work in the school and the allocation?
So great question, because every position can't be accounted for in a staffing matrix. For example, when we think of like one-on-one aides for special education, those are based on the individualized education plan or IEP for each student. And so one-on-one aides are contingent upon something else happening. So those would not be standardized through a staffing formula like we can do more easily in general education. And I say that fully admitting that special ed students are first general ed students. But the way we had deliver the service has a different trigger, so to speak. Same with certain other positions in that regard. So we think of like grounds, that's based on the number of acres that have to be serviced. When we think about custodial, that's based on the number of square footage and fixtures that have to be cleaned within a site or facility. So we do try to have metrics where we can, but they're not all published in the same way. So we're happy to provide by classification the number of positions that are filled and opened with what is currently projected to be the need throughout the district and budgeted for, if that's helpful.
Okay, and there's one small follow-up, which is, what about something like TK aides, which feels like it's not as arbitrary? Like you need one for every class?
So that is formula driven and set in ed code. So TK aides, we have to keep class size ratio of no more than 12 students per adult. So typically that would be one teacher and one aide in the classroom, and we wouldn't have more than 24 students in a TK class.
I'm sorry, just one more, but it's not in this matrix.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, speak questions, and we get, the comment will be 1 minute. Is there anything, is there a comment? We're doing questions and comments together.
The email that you sent out said 2 minutes for comments. Are you reducing that to 1?
1 minute comment and 1 minute comment and just 3 questions.
Okay, so is it together or is it separate?
Except.
I thought we were doing questions and comments together right now. You want to do them separately?
Well, that's up to you.
Go ahead. Let me talk questions right now, and then we'll ask again for comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait, I just have comments.
Thank you, President Christian. I just have one question. I think this might be to Ms. Martin. On the last slide, under supports, I understood all these supports are for people who are affected and having to transfer. Are these extended also for students and educators who are taking on additional students and or whose class become a combo class? This additional kind of flexibilities, for lack of better words.
Yes, thank you for the question. Bullet number 3, we actually talk about collaboration time for effective teachers to plan together. We're still working through on how we're going to make sure that the teachers get that additional collaboration time, whether that be through a prep teacher or a sub that could be available for that school site, but each principal we've named that we want to ensure that those teachers have additional collaboration time to actually plan. We also, as I named, it's not listed as a bullet, are planning to also give a stipend to those teachers who are affected as well.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. President Christian, that was my only question.
All right, thank you. All right, now we go on to the comments. Are there any comments? All right, so trustee Smith Falls, trustee Phillips. Trustee Smith Falls.
President Christian, do you want the timer to be put up?
Yeah, it's 1 minute. They already put the timer up.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's clear that we admitted here today that we opened woefully unprepared. So the question is, what do we do now? We have to make sure that our decisions don't impact students, teachers, families. We are supposed to be the protectors. We are unfortunately not doing that. We are allowing teachers and students and teachers, students, and staff to be impacted at a major level. We have to do better. I want to make sure that we are ensuring that everybody who's doing double, triple jobs are getting paid for it. We have clerks who are doing 5 jobs at Kennedy and it's 1 person. We have people all over the district who are doing 12 jobs and it's only 1 person. They deserve to pay that. They deserve to pay for what they do. I asked the board to let's freeze all consultants until we get a full list of where we can cut. And we make more of a commitment that we stand together and go down to Sacramento and demand what all of our teachers and staff, parents and students deserve. Thank you, President Christian. I'm complete.
All right, trustee Phillips.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, there have been a lot of complaints, and rightfully so, this evening. I heard the superintendent say we must reimagine our school system. And I really think that that's what the strategic planning process is supposed to be. So that should be happening right now. And so where we are all trying to get that final destination, it shouldn't just be this theoretical place that doesn't exist. We're supposed to be actually doing that process. So if it's not moving as quickly as it should, I really think we need to re-engage on that and get there. Also, I just want to say very quickly, I think that we waited way too long to make those changes. We knew that this was a problem and that we need to have a formalized process. So we're not in this situation again because this was preventable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Reckler.
I also want to encourage everybody to do less. No new initiatives, nothing. It's just about supporting sites and supporting operations to deliver the best experience for kids that's possible at this moment. I also hope that the HR team is looking strongly at January grads, and we're doing everything we can to get anybody in the door who's graduating early. I think that's an opportunity that I hope that you will pursue. And really, for me, don't do anything but support sites, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. no one else? We move on to the consent items that were pulled. We want to C2. C2. The MOU, UTR and WCCUSD.
I'm not sure, Mr. President, if there was someone that had a question. Mr. Phillips.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. In the comment section on this item, it says, quote, "This agreement will be subject to review and approval by the Contra Costa County Office of Education." Have they already reviewed this and approved this? Or that's the question.
The cost proposal within this falls under two areas. One, we did share it with our fiscal advisor, but it falls below the threshold for materiality for an AB 1200 county disclosure. But we did share it, the offer along with the cost with our fiscal advisor.
So did the fiscal advisor approve this?
She did not say, don't do it. So like many things, it was, you have to make choices. You have to keep the district running. So it wasn't like a tacit, yes, please proceed, but it wasn't a, don't move forward. And she is online if you'd like her to ask directly as well.
Yes, that's fine. I can ask her the same question. Ma'am, this, the comment section on here says that this is subject to review and approval by the county, which would be you. So I'm asking, do you approve this?
Are we able to make Ms. Javetta Cleveland a panelist, please?
He's the panelist now,
Hi,
sir.
trustee. Yeah, Trustee Phillips. Just as Mr. McIntyre mentioned, I did not feel it was at a level to stay and rescind that action. I have not made, it is not my process as a fiscal advisor to actually approve the item, but I did not stay and rescind the item, which means that the item could go forward if the board so chooses to approve it.
Can somebody help me understand then what this is in the comment section? Because it literally says this agreement will be subject to review and approval by the Contra Costa County Office of Education. So whoever this thing is going to be approved by, whether it's Ms. Cleveland or somebody else, did that person approve this?
So review was probably would be a better way to phrase that in the preces. I apologize that the word approve was put in there. It was reviewed and there was not given a stated reason to not move forward with it. So it has met the legal requirements of county oversight.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my only question.
All right, Trustee Smith.
Dr. McIntyre, what we're approving tonight are services that have already been rendered. Is that accurate?
Yes, Trustee Smithfold.
So we're approving to pay people who've already done the work. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. President Christian, I'm complete.
All right, thank you. Okay. Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy.
President Christian, I move the MOU between UTR and WCCU on period 7 and PP/testing for approval.
Smithfold, seconds.
All right, it's been moved by Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy, second by Trustee Smith-Fold. And any comments? 1 minute. Any comments? No, we go to the vote. Trustee Miles,
Miles abstain.
all right, trustee Sapanya,
Campania, yes.
all right, trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
all right, trustee Phillips,
Okay,
all right, clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, so yes.
all right, and trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
all right, and myself a yes. Motion passes. Now we go to C5. Mr. Phillips, C5.
I don't even know how to start under the time rules. So I'm just going to begin and say, can someone present this item? Because I don't know how to. It's the Mindful Life Project.
I am going to present on Mindful Life Project. They went through the RFP process and they were added to our vendor booklet. Dr. McIntyre could talk more about that. Mindful Life Project was then selected by Grant Elementary for a contract in the amount of $29,000. Some of the services that they're going to provide are mindfulness programming that will be held at the school site. They'll be doing mindfulness activities related to art, yoga, and performing arts. They're also going to be doing small group sessions with students and supporting teachers with their personal well-being. Some of the AMOs are related to reduction in office referrals and student discipline. Also developing social emotional skills for students. They also will have a survey for families saying they will have an 85% satisfaction rate, not only for families, but for teachers and classified staff at Grant Elementary as well. And that is currently where we are with Mindful Life Project. They also completed the vetting form. The principal completed the vetting form and just talked about the fiscal impact. The money is coming from, it's actually $44,000. But the vetting form also names that this is coming from her LCFF budget. And so every year that she's able to continue this service, she'll be using her LCF dollars to do that. There's no fiscal impact to the district. And it's really supporting mental health for our students and families. So that is how it passed the strategic vetting process.
First question, was there any investigation by staff into why the board canceled or prohibited the district from contracting with the Mindful Life Project? When I say the board, I mean the last board. Was there any investigation into this?
There was a conversation last school year regarding Mindful Life Project. There wasn't necessarily anything in writing. I have the article that I went back and reviewed. I did talk to two of my directors who were here at the time. However, there wasn't necessarily anything in writing that prevented them from going back through the RFP process this school year. I do know that this was with the board in 2019. And so there were schools that were heavily advocating to partner with Mindful Life Project. They received the invite to participate in the RFP process and took advantage of that opportunity to do that. But I will say there was nothing in writing that said that schools could not pick them as a vendor if they were able to pass the RFP process.
Did you or anyone actually go back and look at the board meetings? Because there was struck, you know what, I'm on questions now. Did anyone actually go back and look at the board meetings to see what was decided?
No. I did read the article that said 3-2 to not continue with the contract from Mindful Life Project. But other than that, no. And I did have a conversation with my staff who named that there were principals who were not using their services, and there were several principals who wanted to continue using their services.
I understand that there are some principals who want to use the service, or at least one now. But what you are saying is that no one actually went back to look at the board discussion about this vendor in specific.
No.
Why not?
I mean, at the time, the discussion was last school year. So this school year, I don't actually have an answer for that, but the reality is that we had.
Hey, if you
Yeah.
don't have an answer, because people do that all the time, they don't have answers and then they keep talking.
Right.
They should just stop. If you don't have an answer, that's okay. Thank you.
We discussed Mindful Life Project last school year. We actually have not, I should just say, we did not discuss them this school year. So it was actually brought to my attention just recently that they actually were in the handbook and had a contract with Grant Elementary.
So if nobody went back to look at the board discussion, I'm also assuming that nobody went to see if the issues that were raised by the board were actually addressed. Is that correct as well?
Correct. Yes, sir. Typically, what would happen, what we would expect to happen in the business office when the board has a majority decision to not move forward with a vendor for a specific cause, we would normally flag that vendor in the system. And that didn't take place when this issue originally came up.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I have a comment if there is a motion.
Okay.
Can just procedurally, can I ask a question? Because, and this is what I brought up earlier, there are all these other contracts. And is it appropriate for me to make a motion to move all the other contracts and then we can deal with this however we're gonna deal with it? Or, okay, so with the exception of the Mindful Life Project contract, I move that we approve the contracts.
I second President Christian.
Okay. Except for the mindful.
Yes, sir.
Okay, except for the mindful life. All right, so everything else. All right, so it's been moved by.
I would like to put a second motion on the floor.
Go ahead.
I move that we accept all contracts as presented.
Okay, if that one didn't receive a second, then that one motion dies, and we go back to the first motion. Are there any comments? Clerk Gonzalez-Soy.
Thank you. Sorry, President Christian. I just wanted to clarify the motion that I seconded from Trustee Phillips is so that we approve everything else and then we're gonna have a discussion on Mindful Life, right? Not that we're saying we're not approving. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. I don't have any comments.
I don't have a comment.
Okay, where we at? Vote. All right, we're going to the vote. All right, Trustee Miles.
Miles abstain.
All right, Trustee Sampagna.
Campagna abstain.
Trustee Smith-Ball.
Ms. Folds, yes.
All right, Trustee Phillips.
Yeah.
All right, Clerk Gonzalez-Toy.
Gonzalez, so yes.
All right, and Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
All right, and myself a yes. All right, motion passes. So we're back to the. We are back to Mindful Life.
President Christian, sorry, it's 9:45, so I want to make a motion that we extend the meeting until we are done with all of our consent items that were pulled.
All right,
Smith Folds, second.
all right, it's been moved. Clerk Gonzalez Hoyt, second. Trustee Smith Fall,
May I put another motion on the floor? Yes,
would you?
I'm sorry, may I put another motion on the floor? Yes.
You-
I'd like
go
to,
ahead.
I'd like to extend the meeting to 10:30.
We don't actually need that motion because that's when we say we're going to end.
We don't?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on the original motion.
President Christian, I'm sorry, we could not hear Tammy's answer.
What was
to that.
The motion was to just have the meeting go until 10:30. We do not need a motion for that because that's the time that we actually already have said that we would end. So the motion that's on the floor now is to extend the meeting until all consent items that were pulled are completed.
So if it fails, then we end at 10:30 practically. That's what you were saying. then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So how many more?
That's it. But we need to first.
All right, so it's been put to the floor, so.
Take a vote.
All right, we take a vote. Trustee Miles,
Miles, yay.
all right, trustee, Sompanya,
Sumpanya, yes.
all right. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
all right. Trustee Phillips,
Nay.
trustee, Clerk Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, so yes.
All right. And trustee Reckler,
Reckler, no.
and myself, yes.
Still fails. We need 2/3, which means we need 3.32, so that motion fails. Motion needs 2/3, which means we need 4 out of the 5 votes.
We've done this practically at every meeting though, and it's always passed by 3, except for here and there, some differences. So why haven't we done 4 out of 5 in previous meetings, if I may ask?
I wouldn't have a good answer for that other than to say to extend the time, we need 2/3.
So have we been doing it wrong at every other meeting?
I don't think we have. I'll go back and look if you like.
President Christian, every other time we have done this and we've extended through motions and remotions and another motion, and we have this kind of merry-go-round every single meeting, and it ends up that whoever gets the majority is what we end up doing. So if we need to take a break for somebody to go look at some film and figure out what we always do, then let's take a break, but we need to be consistent about what we do every single meeting.
Okay,
Yeah, President Christian, Trustee Smith Folds is right, Ms.
The last time we
Parliamentarian.
extended, there was 4 votes.
But the times
the
before
affirmative.
that, we didn't have 4 votes, whether for good or bad. I mean, it's happened that it hasn't passed, and it has, but it's always been 3 out of 5. Except for the last time, which was Trustee Phillips, voted with everybody else. So I'm just really confused because that has been the norm. And then we've done it now many, many times.
so where do we go from this point?
President Christian,
Go ahead.
I call for you to make this decision as the chair of the board. We have done this consistently where we have the majority vote. And I would call for you to make this decision, and then Ms. Dunning can look after the meeting, or she can look at a different time, and then we can have a discussion about that rule change at a different time. But I call for you to make this decision about keeping it consistent to the way that we've done it every other time. There are 3 board members now shaking their head like, yes, we've done it this way every single time. That's the majority of the board right there. So I would ask for you to make this ultimate determination.
I am looking at Rosenberg's Rules of Order right now. Okay. These are motions to limit debate, and it requires a 2/3 vote. If we have done it wrong previously, that does not mean we should continue to do it wrong. For those of you who have a copy of Rosenberg, this is on page 5. Thank you. Moving on. The vote failed. We need to continue with item.
President Christian, so what I'm hearing is that we have not followed Rosenberg's rules for I don't know however many meetings. We have gotten this answer from you, parliamentarian, many times.
Yeah.
So are you telling us that was not correct and you were incorrect before every time?
I'm saying the motion to limit the debate has been incorrect then. That it does require a 2/3 vote.
That's infuriating, President Christian, that we've been sitting here doing it wrong the entire time.
Right.
And we are now changing it just because we've discovered that we are now doing it wrong. This is something that we need to fix going forward, if that's accurate, but to change it on a dime like this is outrageous to me. And we're wasting more time having the discussion when we could simply stick to what we have done, because we hired somebody to tell us how to do it right. Stick to what we have done, and then moving forward, make the adjustment to Rosenberg's rules as stated in what Ms. Dunning has now expressed to us.
Point of
Many
order.
of which, many of our rules that we have done and many of the motions that you have passed have been fixing the time to which to adjourn, and that only takes a majority vote. Okay, we're not doing that. We were limiting debate. Okay, extending or limiting debate. That takes 2/3. When we have had a motion that sets us to a set time, that takes a majority rule.
But you just told Trustee Reckler that we don't need to have that. If this doesn't pass, then that goes back to where we were with the 10:30 mark. That's what we were just told. Is that accurate?
10:30 is not a change. We do not need to make a motion for something that would not change. In other words, our meeting time is until 10:30. If we want to change that, then we would have a motion. There was no change to 10:30 in her motion.
Just point of order. If that's what the rule says, can we just do what the rule says? We're always talking about modeling behavior, and now we're talking about ignoring rules. That's my point of order. If that's what the rule says, unless the lady is lying about what she's reading, I don't think you're lying. You don't have to show me the computer. Can we please move on?
I don't have a problem following the rules, Trustee Phillips. I have a problem when the rules like that, and then we don't have a conversation about it. That's all I have a problem with. We've been doing this, and we've hired somebody to show us how to do it, and we've been doing this for at least 6-7 months now. That's my only concern, is the equity in it all.
All right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian. I understand. We gotta be flexible. Now, at 10 o'clock though, we're supposed to move all items undone to the next meeting. We have some that are urgent that we have to get done tonight. So can I make a motion that we get those done first? Which is,
If you actually look at the agenda that was left off of this agenda, so we have no requirement to actually do that since that's not part of your rules. It's just something that we adopt on every agenda. And even if it was on the agenda, it says that we would move the action items forward. All of the consent items are action items. So we need to get back to the consent items.
got it. Okay, well then I really implore all of us to be quick so that we get through all of our items. Thank you so much.
Trustee Phillips.
I mean, a lot of the items that were pulled, I did. If we can just move through the work, I don't even think, I think we probably will finish if we stop talking.
Is there another motion for the one that you pulled?
All right. So we go with, is there any other motion for C5?
President Christian, I'm sorry, trustee Gonzalez Hoy, President Christian,
Go ahead.
tell me what the math is of 2/3 of 5. Is 2/3 of 5 3? Dr. Hurst, you love math. Is 2/3 of 5 3?
It's 3.33, which means we need 4.
Dr. Hurst,
3.33.
3.33. So 3 people and 0.3 of a person?
3 1/3.
Okay, I just want to be clear about the math. So Dr. Hurst is going to take 3 people because we are not in history where it's 3/5 of a person. It's going to take 3 people to move this. Accurate?
We have to have a minimum of 2/3, which is a minimum of 3.33 people. Since we have no possibility of having a 0.33 person, we need 4. We do not round down on people, we round up. We have to at least have that 0.33.
I'm complete, President Christian.
All right. Clerk is on the floor. Did you have?
Thank you. President Christian, I'll make a motion that we table the contract for Mindful Life
Second.
Until when?
until board members get enough information to be able to vote on it.
Second.
All right. It's been moved. It's been second. Now we go to the vote. Trustee Miles.
Miles abstain.
All right. Trustee Sapanya.
This is the motion to finish the agenda, right? To table? Okay.
Repeat the motion.
This is a motion to move the mindful
life
to the next,
to the next
to the
meeting.
future meeting.
Campania abstain.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall. Trustee Smith Fall.
Sorry, did you not hear me? Smith Folds, yes? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
Yeah.
All right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
All right. Trustee Reckler. All right. And myself, yes. All right. So the next one is C8.
Thank you very much. I'll pull C8 because of the state of our monies. And I don't think things like this should just be put on the consent calendar. I am simply asking for a presentation so the public is fully aware. And if the board has any questions that they can ask, but that's the reason I pulled it. I just want you guys, this is not something that should be hidden because our money is funny. So please. I'm done.
Okay. So we go to the.
I think he's asking for a presentation,
And-
Dr.
and-
McIntyre.
And when that happens, I'll move the item and that's it. I don't have a problem with the item. I just don't think it should be hidden. No, no, all I'm asking for right now is a presentation. When the presentation is over, I'm gonna, when people ask their questions, I'm gonna move the item and then I'm gonna vote yes.
Dr. McIntyre, have a presentation.
Just to clarify, this information has to be made available to the board, and I could do an ad hoc presentation right now on the fly, or I could ask the board to accept it, and I can give you a full presentation at the next board meeting. Which would you prefer?
Both. I think that this is a very important item. And I think before we vote on it, the board should, and I understand there's a pamphlet, but this presentation is as much for the public as it is for us as the board. So if you want to give a more in-depth one later, I would love to hear that, but please give the public something.
Yes, sir. Board President, board members, Superintendent, it's an honor to be with you tonight and talk about the unaudited actuals for 21-22, the last fiscal year. The intent in putting this on the consent calendar was not in any effort to hide it. It was in recognition of the fact that we expected the public comments to occupy a large portion of the meeting, and we didn't want to miss our fiscal obligation to report out publicly by the deadline, and the county did allow us to pass the statutory deadline of September 15th and present tonight, but we did share all the legally required files with the county on time. And so tonight staff is hopeful that you'll just accept the report as published. The purpose of the unaudited actuals is to provide the financial summary of our actual activities and expenditures and revenues for the last fiscal year. We do this as part of a normal budget cycle. We adopt our budget before July 1st for the start of the year. That is our kind of North Star plan for the year. And as the year goes on, we have fiscal updates through the first interim report by December 15th of the year and second interim report by March 15th of the year. Throughout the year, we're constantly updating our plan based on new information, both operationally and as the state and feds update their plan for us, because what they tell us in May doesn't always match what happens by the time we go through the year. Their budget's passed, and even changes throughout the year as the fiscal condition of both the state and the nation change. So the results you see here also recognize the different revenue sources we have. As you have heard several times previously, we receive revenues both through unrestricted and restricted revenue sources. The primary source of our income comes through the local control funding formula, which is unrestricted in its very nature. It includes both a base grant and supplemental and concentration grant. That amount for last year was $294,403,061. And that is the pie from which we run the vast majority of the district's operations. We also receive other state revenues in local funds. That's a small amount, roughly $5.6 million, and other local revenues, roughly $2.1 million. So on the unrestricted side of the budget, our revenues were $302.1 million. On the restricted side of the budget, we receive federal funds. A lot of those federal funds came in the form of COVID relief. Last year, in addition to what we get for IDEA special ed dollars, our federal dollars were primarily driven by those COVID resources. Additionally, the other state local revenue on the restricted side is predominantly COVID funds and special ed dollars. We've spent a lot of time talking about how the unrestricted general fund has to supplement the restricted general fund to pay for special ed costs that exceed what both the state and federal governments give us. So when you look at that other state revenue on the restricted side of the budget, that 68 million, that is both special ed dollars and that we receive from the state of California, as well as COVID state dollars in there. On the other local revenue, we have, for example, when people lease our properties, we have facility use, but we also have our parcel tax in there. And so that's why in a district this size, our other local revenue on the restricted side is quite large for a district our size. Because of that parcel tax and the generous support by our local community. On the expense side of the budget, we're an organization of big people developing little people, and I mean young people in that regard. And so we're a very heavy labor intensive organization. We heard from many of those labor partners tonight. Looking on the unrestricted side of the budget, we have to break down. Well, if somebody's following along in the book on figure 4 in the executive summary, we provide a breakdown of expenditures by labor unit. And so, for example, looking in here, we see that the UTR salaries, this would be our teachers, our counselors, our psychologists, many of the talented people we heard from earlier tonight. We spent roughly $142.9 million in the general fund on that particular group. That does not count benefits or statutory costs, things like STRS, the retirement program, workers' compensation, OPEB costs. Those are actually in a separate place in the budget. With the Teamsters, our classified unit, we spent $52.3 million. And then when we looked at, for example, the SSA group, that's our clerical management group, we spent $9.7 million. Confidential salaries, these are non-represented employees who also work on materials that contribute to the district's bargaining position. Their total salaries are $438,000. Our West Contra Costa Administrator Association salaries totaled $13.1 million. And then non-represented management, that would be essentially your executive directors and above, cost the district $6.1 million. Now, when you put all those employee groups together, we spent on employee benefits, that's health, welfare, dental, vision, OPEB, and statutory costs, things like those PERS and STIRS, workers' compensation, Social Security, all of those costs totaled $121 million district-wide. So labor, while it represented about 75.05% of the total general fund budget, it was at 86.11% for the unrestricted side, which is where most of our operations take place. And it has a lower number at 60.29% on the restricted side. And that's driven by two things. Within the special ed expenditures, the proportion of our students that we can serve internally versus having to purchase outside service from. On the restricted side, we also have, for example, our Expand Learning Opportunity Program, a rather large grant program that we predominantly outsource, as well as the monies that we received or spent in both state and federal COVID relief expenditures. And so that's a breakdown of kind of the high level within that. Then within the budget book, we also spent some time providing an analysis, not only of how we spend our money across labor, but how we spend our money on some books and supplies. We're trying to increase the level of transparency we're providing. So if people have the opportunity to look at figure 6 within the book, we did break down how we spend the books and supplies money across the restricted and unrestricted and within each subcategory. So you can see, for example, which portion went to curriculum approved texts versus materials and supplies. Think of like printer paper, ink, toner, versus things like technology supplies and those Chromebooks and things like that we're constantly having to refresh and take care of. We also had capital asset expenditures between $500 and $5,000. A lot of that is also going to be on the some of it's going to be on the technology side for the more expensive. Think of our system backbone on that, and there's other hard capital purchases in there as well. An area that we tried to, an area that's been the source of a lot of conversation here in this room is around how we spend our money on services and other operating expenditures. And there is roughly 10 pages of detail on how we spend our money within the services and other operating expenditures, because we spend a lot of time talking about consultants. But it's important that we recognize within the services and other operating expenditures, consultant services is a large line item. It's roughly 20% of this category. So if you're looking in the book on figure 7, figure 7, I apologize that it straddles pages. You can see we're spending roughly 20.33% of the total general fund in the 5,000s amount on consultant services. But we also spend a fair amount of money on utilities. We spend, for example, utilities, subscriptions for technology, our leases on some of our properties, software licenses, consulting services, and other operating services. So across the district, including things like legal services, postage, and utilities, which add up to more than you might think. We are going to be not only sharing with the board, but all of our labor partners and posting on the district's website a more detailed analysis, not only looking at it the way you see here, but at the actual transaction level. And we've done another detail by expenditure type rather than by site. And I think that will provide a more vigorous conversation around the detail level and where we can truly dig in to make cuts, because when you look at these big numbers like $67.7 million in services and other operating expenses, it's a huge number. But when you look in the detail and we say we spent 27 million of that on special ed and we spent another $10 million on utilities, suddenly it's not quite the same conversation. That does not mean there's not room for improvement. I am not saying that. I'm saying we're using this opportunity to continue to dive in deeper and have a more vigorous and transparent public conversation around this topic, because it's one that needs to be had. And so we tried to use the unaudited actuals as really the public start of that conversation that already began here a few months back. So that kind of makes up the rest of the summary. I would request, and I recognize that I did that on the fly and kind of ad hoc, and I apologize for the quality of what you just had to sit through. But I would request that the board accept the unaudited actuals and provide me instruction to come back and provide a proper presentation at the next board meeting, if that's acceptable.
President Christian, I just have one question. I am going to vote for this. Are you, may I ask, are you going to do a certain order or what?
Are there any other questions?
Thank you very much for all of that. In the agenda, I'm just going to read this. For the 21-22 fiscal year, the district realized an operating loss of $19.3 million in the unrestricted general fund. Is that accurate? I'm literally reading. You don't have to look. You probably wrote it. So.
I did write it. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an operating surplus in the restricted general fund of 14.2 million.
Yes, sir.
Causing a net decrease in the total general fund balance of 5.2 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we went backwards last year.
We did.
In layman's terms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the question. I have one comment. I will move the item.
Reckler will second.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Reckler
sorry.
will second.
I'm sorry. I just saw somebody cringe. I move that we approve the unaudited actual financial statements for the 2021-2022 school year.
Reckler will second.
All right. And it's been moved by trustee Phillips, second trustee Reckler. And we go to the vote.
I just have one quick comment. We had a lot of conversation, and I understand this is a look back at the past. We had a lot of conversation here this evening about money. And all of that conversation needs to be informed, right? And so it's very important that every chance we get, we let the public have a look into what the finances are. Because when we don't do that, there's a story that's being told, but it's a one-sided story. And so it's not just for the public, but it's not perfunctory. It's to give everyone a clearer picture of what's actually happening. So that's why also I want these things to be spoken about, because there was a lot of conversation today about our monies, but this is what our monies are, or at least at this time period, right? And it needs to be said. So that's my only comment. But I am going to vote yes.
Are there any other comments? All right, we go to the vote. Trustee Miles,
Miles abstain.
trustee Sapanya,
Campania, yes.
all right. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
all right. Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, so yes.
all right, and trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
all right, and myself, a yes.
President Christian,
Go ahead.
because item C13 has passed every single time for the majority with 3 people, the majority of the time for 3 people, can we just call a roll call vote on that now?
Okay. C13.
C13 has passed several times now by a majority of 3 board members. Can we just call a roll call vote on that?
Are you making a motion to go to that item right now?
I am.
Okay. The second,
I'll second.
all right, it's been moved.
President Christian, before we go to that, could I possibly explain a little bit better about the 2/3 versus majority?
Miss Dunny, I would like you not to do that right now because we're running off a clock. We
Yeah,
have
yeah.
15 minutes to get this done. So I would like for us to move the items that we have. And then if we have time within that 15 minutes, then I would love to hear what you have to say about that. But President Christian, we're on a clock now. So I would like us to get through.
That motion passed to extend time. And I would like a moment to explain why I was incorrect. On every agenda that is printed and provided in the room, there is a blurb at the end of adjournment, for adjournment that states that the meeting may be extended by a majority vote of the Board of Trustees. That blurb is not printed on tonight's agenda. So because of that, I fell back to your parliamentary authority, which requires a 2/3 vote. However, Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy pointed out that on the online version of the agenda, if you click on adjournment, that blurb is there.
So are we now able to continue the meeting until all consent items are completed?
That's correct. That motion would have passed, does pass.
President Christian, we can go in the order of the agenda. I have no further objection.
Oh, okay. So.
We're on
C9,
C8.
C,
We just said C9.
C9,
I think we're on C9.
okay. So who pulled C9?
I did. So question to staff, the direct service providers who are on C9, is this list, is this a final list for this year or can people be added to it?
Vendors can be added to it if we go out for another cycle. This
Okay.
is the second cycle of the year.
Okay. Why is Bright Futures not on this list of approved vendors?
Bright Futures actually made it on the first round.
They made it on the first round.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, I will move this item.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved. Okay.
We're having a negotiation over here. I approve item C9. It's the language, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, because I didn't say C9.
That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that too at late at night. Yes, I second.
All right, so it's been moved by Trustee Phillips and second by Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy. Questions? Comments? And we go to the vote. Trustee Miles,
Miles abstain.
Trustee Sampagna,
Campania, yes.
all right. Trustee Smith-Fall,
President Christian, can you come back to me for a minute, please?
all right. Trustee Phillips,
Yes.
all right. Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
all right. Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith votes yes.
okay. And myself, yes. Motion passes.
I'm gonna bring this up after the meeting. I'll deal with the superintendent. It's a question. I'm gonna ask it later.
All right, C12.
That was me. There were some comments during public comment about Stage. And there were some comments specifically about its facilities. And there were some things that were said during that comment that I don't know if it's true, but there were things that were said that imply, no, it wasn't an implication. They essentially said that the building codes are being violated at Stage. They didn't literally say the building codes, but I'm summarizing what I heard the teacher say. And that means to me that essentially the building codes are being violated. So what is the situation? And the Stage is being wrapped in here because Stage is one of the schools that we're approving this plan for. So facilities is an issue. What's going on with the facility around Stage? And I know it's old and I know about the rebuild. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about essentially building codes. People talking about there are no fire alarms and exits. That's the kind of stuff I was hearing in public comment. So can somebody please actually speak to this?
So I can take a stab at that. Your question is generally around the safety of the building and fire alarm. I'm unaware of any issues with the existing fire alarm at Stage.
And if you don't know, please just say, I don't know, and I'm gonna go look and find out and come back and report. Don't just start saying stuff.
I don't know, but I'll go look and I'll find out.
Thank you. And Dr. Hurst, when we do you guys do the Friday morning something, can you guys put that information in there so the public has an opportunity to see what the board does too, and that this is, because if this stuff is true, it needs to be addressed. And if it's true, it's also actionable as far as Williams' complaint is concerned. So can this be looked at expeditiously, please?
Yes, we will.
Thank you. I'll move the items. Sorry. I will move item C12.
Reckler will second.
It's been moved by trustee Phillips, second by trustee Reckler. All right, any questions? Any comments?
President Christian, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I will, and Ms. Martin, you and I talked about this at the agenda review. I will continue to abstain from the SPSAs until they have the APACs that they need to be completed. Dr. Hurst, I would also like to just piggyback on Stage. Please check the cafeteria and see if they have any sprinklers in the cafeteria. You and I sent you that information before. That's particularly what someone was talking about at Stage, also the mold issue. Jamila Smith is going to abstain from this for the previous reason stated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the vote, trustee Miles,
Miles abstain.
trustee Sapanya,
Savanya abstain.
all right, trustee Smith-Fall,
Smith-Folds abstains.
trustee Phillips,
Yeah.
all right. Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez, so yes.
all right. Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
all right. And myself a yes. All right. It passes. Are there any other consent? Yeah. C13.
So for C13, I pulled it and I just want a roll call vote.
So one of you guys needs to make a motion so we can vote.
President Christian, I move C13, Resolution 22314, District Board of Education meeting during the state of emergency arising from COVID-19.
Smith-Folds seconds.
All right, it's been moved by Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy, second by trustee Smith-Fall. All right, any questions? Comments?
I have a comment, President Christian.
All right, go ahead.
I urge us to continue to vote yes for this so we can continue to have the option of Zoom when we are still in a state of an emergency. Thank you.
Trustee Phillips?
I'm actually gonna make a comment now. You can vote for it if you want, but whether this passes or not has absolutely nothing to do with whether we continue to have meetings on Zoom. I'm just clarifying that.
Continue to allow board members to meet on Zoom.
Board members can still meet on Zoom regardless of what the outcome of this vote is. I'm just clarifying.
President Christian.
Sorry, Trustee Smith-Folds. I think that Christian called me. You're welcome to go after me.
Yeah.
My comment is just the following. I agree with Trustee Phillips that we could continue to be on Zoom, but of course we have to release our address and allow the public to have the address available and to have the agenda available and to allow them to have public comment in our address. As you all know, I'm having a baby in 2 weeks. I'm gonna miss the next board meeting and I'll be online. I'd feel really uncomfortable if someone showed up at my house and asked to do public comment in my house with a baby in the house, right? And part of it is that Trustee Bill, you've had kids before while on the board, but COVID didn't exist, right? I would be really uncomfortable today with COVID allowing someone in my house with my wife and baby, right? So I think that we have to put ourselves a little bit in each other's shoes. And I asked Trustee Reckler, you pull on this every time. I ask that you put yourself in other people's shoes as you pull it, because this one is very personal to me at this point. And we spend time on it every time, and it causes stress to Trustee Smith-Folds as well. So I just ask us to sometimes think about just one another as well. I'm trying to do better at that. And for me, if you can just hear my example, it will make a difference for the next few months. So thank you for the consideration.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Folds and then Trustee Phillips.
I absolutely agree with what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy said. Just to be clear, we all understand it's what we're voting for is to release or not release the addresses of trustees. We have this idea that everybody is back in person. Some of our own children go to the virtual school. So it's not like my 3 children go to public school every single day. So in person school every single day this year. So I want us to be clear that we can't have it one way for ourselves and then another way for everybody else. Zoom is here. Having board members meet on Zoom is here. The fact that every time that internet goes off down at Dejan, I'm still able to talk to the public and let them know you're coming back is a bonus to having this. Having y'all have my address does nothing but put my family in danger. I have been able to do this job and do it well from behind this screen at my house. And when this didn't pass at Hercules High School, you have not once said why this needs to be pulled, besides the fact that we have people that are returned in person. Well, we also have people that returned on Zoom. Give me a reason why you need to have my address published all the time on this meeting. I want to know a reason. We go through this over and over again. It's time to answer the question. What is it that you want to mandate for me to have my address published? You don't like me that much that you want me to be there. So what is it? What did we spend so much time trying to manage me and now trying to manage Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy? It's ridiculous to me. I urge the board to pass this again. Thank you very much.
All right, Trustee Phillips.
I'm speaking to the chair because I need to speak to the chair. But Mr. Chair, I really appreciate what Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy just said. I personally think board members should be here. I believe that's part of the work. But Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy comes. He comes all the time. So what he just said, what I heard him just say, actually spoke to me because I know he's not trying to stay at home. He's trying to be here. But if he can't be here, he doesn't want to open up his home right now to the public and have a new baby. And I don't blame him. I actually think, and I actually know that if he can be here, he will be because he always comes. And so I want to just say to you, Mr. Chair, that I appreciate what Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy just said. And I am going to vote for this. And I'm only voting for it because of what he just said. Because I know that he will be here because he always comes. And I would love everyone to come. And it has nothing to do with me liking somebody or disliking somebody. I actually want all 5 of us to be here. I've been on the board for 2 years now, and I don't believe I've ever been in a meeting with all 5 of my board members, in a physical meeting. So, Mr. Chair, I'm done. I'm not saying that I'm going to keep voting for this forever, but I can understand somebody who's having a newborn as a father, and with everything that's going on, I can understand somebody literally having a newborn and saying, I might have to do this from home because of whatever this reason, and I don't want people with my newborn. So I'm done, and I think that that's fair. And I know that he's not trying to not be here.
President Christian, I have a follow-up statement.
Okay, all right.
President Christian, I'm addressing you as the president. I have attended every single meeting that we have had since elected in 2020, on time, on time. I have been here at every single meeting. I take umbrage to the fact that me showing up is an indication of me not doing my job. I don't ask board members why they don't visit sites. I don't ask board members why they don't talk to the community. I don't ask board members why they don't show up when public comment is happening. I don't ask board members why they don't show up on time when we start a meeting at 4 o'clock and they come into closed session late. President Christian, if you are aware, and as I know you are, I showed up to the Pinole Valley meeting that we had in person and another board member was not there. President Christian, if you are aware that we're about to have a retreat and a board member said they cannot show up to the retreat. I take umbrage in the fact that we are now listing what I do or do not do. And my 9-year-old, 17-year-old, and 13-year-old is just as important as the newborn that's coming into this world. Congratulations, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, but my children are just as important. And I take umbrage to the fact that somebody thinks they're not. Call me to task on what I have not done, not what I do that doesn't please you. Just because you think I should show up in person, President Christian, just because some board members think I should show up in person is not okay. If you want to mute me, let's make sure that we put that timer on. I am complete.
All right, appreciate it. All right.
I would just like to remind the board that this ability to be able to work under this state of emergency does expire under the Brown Act as of January 1st, 2024, in case anybody was wondering. We could still meet online. However, we would have to publish our addresses.
So I also want to say that I am going to support this now because of Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's reason, and that really resonated with me too, as well. But what I really hope is that we can be together in the same space, because I think it really would change the dynamic of this board. I really do. And I think would allow us to build relationships in genuine ways that doesn't happen over Zoom. And it's things that are sometimes invisible, and it's things that just happen. It's casual conversations. It's a dinner, it's whatever it is. And I think it would really help to change the dynamic on this board. And so that is my reason. I also believe that we should be here together in person, in front of the public, conducting the public's business. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, now we go to the vote. Trustee Miles,
Miles, yay.
Trustee Sample.
Campania, yes.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
all right. Trustee Phillips,
Yeah.
all right. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, so yes.
all right. Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
all right. And myself a yes. And passes. C15 was approved.
So C15 was me, and I pulled it from the agenda and I wanted to have it tabled. And the reason was that I thought that it would be a late night with lots of public comment. And usually when we change board bylaws, we do have a discussion and then we have a vote. So that's the reason that I would like it tabled to come back for a discussion. Thank you. It can come back as time allows.
Second.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian. I would like to make another motion that we approve this policy as presented.
Smith Folds, seconds.
All right. So which one we going first? With the last one? With the last one? Can it fail? Okay, so
I'm sorry, point of order. Can there be a round of questioning then?
comments, questions?
I do have questions. So I'd like to know if there's going to be fiscal impact on this.
President Christian, would it be appropriate if, since you and I are presenting it, would it be appropriate for us to present it before questions, or I'm okay if you say no, but
Yeah.
so that people hear the why if they're interested?
Okay, so.
Point of order. Point of order, since we're doing this today. I am looking at Rosenberg's and it literally says the following motions are not debatable, but it says that is when the following motions are made and seconded, the chair must immediately call for a vote, immediately call for a vote. And that's page 4. And so once this motion was made, according to this, all we should have done is voted on the motion to table, not anything else.
Right, so
I'm reading literally, quote, when the following motions are made and seconded, the chair must immediately call for a vote of the body. End quote. I mean, the sentence goes on, but
Motion to table is a whole new, oh, the different time, yeah, you're going down, yeah. Keep going. Motion to table.
that's what I'm saying, but it literally says, when this is, it says, so this is these motions, and it literally says, it says, when the following motions are made and seconded, the chair must immediately call for a vote. And it lists the motions, and one of them is this.
Okay.
So we should not have done nothing.
So. So we need to go to a vote on the second motion. Okay, which. I forgot what the second motion is.
I made my motion after though the table motion. Will it still count if what Trustee Phillips is saying is
Okay.
correct?
And
Because it was accepted by the chair or no?
so the first motion was to table. The second motion,
My motion, which was second, was to actually vote on it tonight. To accept it.
correct. So the secondary amendment, the substitution motion is absolutely allowed, and we deal with that one first.
Can
If
you,
we get through the substitution and she is correct,
how can you have a
ask questions.
substitution on something that's not debatable? Meaning you can't discuss it. So like what we're doing right now is we're literally having a discussion. So like Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy wants to do something different. He doesn't
We are-
want to do this. So
we are
we're
not having a
literally-
discussion on whether or not we table this motion, though, table this item. We are having a discussion on passing the item right away. Two separate issues. If this motion fails.
The motion
we
is
will
not
have a discussion
debatable.
On,
The motion is not debatable. So
That is
how can we have a discussion on whether or not we do it right now? It's not debatable.
we are not discussing that motion. We had another motion made, and if you continue to look at Rosenberg's substitute motions and amending motions, that was not an amendment, that was a substitute. We are allowed to debate that substitute motion, which is what she is asked to do, because the motion that is on the table right now is not the motion to table. It is a motion to approve.
I'm just gonna ask this question and then I'm gonna stop, okay? Do you not see on this piece of paper, which is Rosenberg's rules, do you not see where it says that quote, when the following motions are made and seconded, the chair must immediately call for a vote. Do you not see that?
I do see that. That does not.
Okay, you see it,
an
I'm
amendment.
done. You see
It
it,
does not include.
see it,
an
I'm
amendment.
done. So I know we both see it and I'm not the only person seeing it. I'm done.
We are on the motion to approve. And trustee Reckler asked for questions, which is correct. She can ask questions. Okay, so you need to ask questions. Go ahead. Trustee Reckler.
Is there a fiscal impact on this board policy change?
When we actually did meet with facilities, technology, and I had a conversation and we worked up pricing for the necessary equipment to have a roving board meetings. And we estimate that it would cost the district just shy of $100,000.
Any other questions?
And does that include manpower as well, or is that just equipment?
Initial setup and programming of a mobile setup effectively would have an upfront cost, and that is included in there. We would hope that we'd be able to create a situation where the ongoing cost would be similar to what we're seeing here, but there could be some increased cost ongoing as well. But that just the initial to be prepared to do this around the district would cost us around 100, just shy of 100 grand.
Dr. Hurst, this is mission critical work.
Just listening to the price, I just learned that today, I would say, no, it's not.
Thank you. At some point, I'd like to put another motion on the floor.
Go ahead. Trustee Phillips.
I have some comments that I would like to make. And I know there's no motion for me to make the comments. Or was this moved and seconded?
Yeah.
It was moved. Was there a second?
Yeah.
So can I go ahead and make a comment? Since it was moved and seconded, because we will be in discussion now, right?
Right. Should you finish questions first and then move it into comments? Because we didn't get to the questions. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has questions. Trustee Smith Pauls is.
Trustee Smith Paul.
Finish questions and then go. Is it question or comment?
I have questions.
Okay.
Dr. Hurst, what's the impact? What's the positive impact of having these board meetings moved from sites to site, area to area? What's the positive impact?
I just think the opportunity to be involved in that particular community and for that community to see us engage in their school and their community.
what sites, and for example, do we have sites in area 1 that are already built in with equipment that can make this cost easier? For example, Pinole High School?
I would have to ask staff. It would be Tracy or Lewis.
While we do have some equipment built into the new high school, there are components that would have to be bought and brought in for the meeting.
So doing it at that high school wouldn't exactly be $100,000. It would be a lower cost because that high school has some equipment already built in. Is that accurate?
That's 3 questions.
That's my second question. Is that accurate?
Well, If, I believe that's accurate.
Thank you so much. My final question, Dr. Hurst, do you believe that there's a long-term positive impact for having board meetings that are moved around from area to area? Do you believe there's a long-term positive impact?
Trustee Smith, it was pointed out, it said that was 3 questions that you asked. So we'll move it.
President Christian, I believe my first question was, what's the impact? My second question was, is, for example, Pinole able to do it? And my third question is, what's the long-term impact? Is there a long-term positive impact? Am I incorrect? Those are the 3 questions that I had.
Okay.
Dr. Hurst, my third question, what is the long-term positive impact?
I think similar to what I was saying earlier, engaging with the community, long-term effects, the community gets to see us in their area. They get to see us in their schools as well. And also potentially having community members from those communities come to the board meetings also. So it's about community engagement.
Thank you. Everything else I have, President Christian, is a comment.
All right, Trustee Phillips.
How would you determine how the rotation cycle?
I think that's the conversation I would probably have with the board president and the clerk. We just simply said secondary schools when we were in agenda setting and I presented it.
Considering that probably over half of the district, or roughly half of the district, is actually the city of Richmond, do you think if we're actually talking about community, that it's fair, even if we were to rotate, that a great bulk of the meetings are not actually in the city of Richmond, where probably half of the residents in the district actually live?
Are you asking me that question, sir?
Yes.
So honestly, if I could be honest, I think this conversation certainly is, I think that the board should make a decision. To be very honest with you, I feel like the superintendent is being placed in the middle of this conversation. I'm being asked questions by one board member, then I give a response, and then I'm being asked questions by you, sir, and I feel that there's an expectation to respond a certain way. What I can share is in the agenda setting, we discussed this. We talked about secondary school sites. At that time, I didn't hear the financial impact. I now hear the financial impact. But also answering Trustee Smith-Folds' question, I think there is a positive. But as I shared, the financial impact is a concern for me.
I'm going to make another motion. And my motion is that we continue to have the meetings here, but that we also contact each one of the cities, all 5 of them, and that we reinstitute joint council and board meetings. And that we actually have these meetings in the city council chambers. So the costs of these meetings are actually borne by the cities. And I know that some folks from the cities are probably listening, and it might be hot, but we do need to have more community, and we do need to have better relationships with the cities. I'm sorry, I'm arguing for my motion. I'm getting popped by the parliamentarian, so I'm gonna stop. But that's the motion. The motion is that we continue to meet here, but that we reinstitute joint meetings with each council, and that we go to each council, each city, and have a meeting with them where the agenda is jointly decided. That's my motion.
Is there a
May
second?
I make a, may I ask a question and then make a, perhaps a friendly amendment? So can I ask a question? No, yes? All right, my question is, would it be possible to do maybe 2 meetings during the rest of this year? What month are we in? September? Maybe one meeting this year and maybe 1 meeting by next quarter, March, in different locations. So I'm guessing that probably Pinole and Hercules would be a place that people would like to have a local meeting. So maybe 2 sites could be chosen so that there is some, but we're not changing our bylaw. If you would accept a friendly amendment like that.
I actually think it would be a good idea to meet in all 5 of the cities. I actually really do. And I think we can do that without changing the bylaw. So not just 2, like, yes, Pinole and Hercules, but also San Pablo and El Cerrito.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Christian. I think it's essential that we talk about the why, because I think that we're going around this question. The reason is when we don't have board meetings here or even special meetings, we are being challenged as an agenda setting team that we cannot do it because we have this policy. So our
We
intent
need to
is.
find out if the friendly amendment was accepted first.
I'm sorry. Okay, please.
Can you say what it is again?
My friendly amendment was going to be just to hold 2 meetings somewhere else. Between now and March, yeah, 1 in this last quarter of the year and then 1 in the first quarter of the next year. And just experiment. I mean,
Are you talking about you're talking about a regular meeting or a special meeting?
I did not have a preference.
So here's the thing. And I'm just saying this so we could have some context. The agenda does not require us to have special meetings here. I mean, not the agenda, the bylaws. So we're having this conversation. If we wanted to, without changing any bylaws, we could literally have the next 10 special meetings in Pinole. It's not a requirement. So I'm just saying this to give you all context. So if you're challenged in the agenda setting because you want to have a meeting in Pinole, which we did have a meeting in Pinole about the superintendent stuff. So I know you guys know what I'm saying, but the bylaws do not require us to have special meetings here. It's regular meetings. So even the idea of having the joint city council meetings, or even if it's just another community meeting, if you wanted to just make something up, it could be in any city you want without changing the bylaws. So us voting to say like, we'll just have 2 meetings somewhere else, you don't even have to vote for that. The bylaws don't require us to have anything but regular meetings here.
Clerk Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you. I'm trying in this world of collaboration. Could we potentially amend your motion, Trustee Phillips and Trustee Reckler, to say that we will hold a board meeting in each community in our district once throughout the year?
That's fine. I mean, I would like us to meet with the city councils. I'm hoping that we can do that.
but that would require a change of policy because I'm talking about a regular board meeting. I'm not saying every board meeting will switch like what we proposed originally. But I'm saying one board meeting will happen in Hercules, one board meeting will happen in Pinole, one board meeting will happen in El Cerrito, and the other 18 will happen here, but at least one.
I'm
that
fine,
year.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, as a compromise.
I'm fine with it.
I'm sorry, I have
So
a
that's an
po-
acceptable friendly amendment?
sorry, I have a point of order though, and it's a question. Do you have to change your bylaw to do that, or can you just vote to do that?
No, for a regular board meeting, what he's talking about is a regular board meeting. And so for a regular board meeting, we would have to change the bylaw. But when I'm talking about a special board meeting or a community kind of thing, we don't have to, or even a joint meeting with the council, unless we called it a regular board meeting, which we could, right? But I'm fine with what you just suggested. I still think we should have meetings with the councils, but I'm fine with what you suggested.
I mean, I still have another question, which is what would the fiscal impact be of that? And do we have to buy equipment? So which is the reason why I think we need to table this, because I think it's a lot bigger than, you know.
The difference,
Send it back.
if I may answer that to Trustee Reckler, through the chair, the difference is that we're not saying that it has to be at a secondary site. So the way that I'm amending it is saying that we could have it at a library, right? Or we could have it, as Trustee Phillips mentioned, at the city council chambers, right? So it would allow us more flexibility to not require fiscal impact. We not required to get the equipment. Because I agree, to be completely honest, President Christian and I didn't know about the fiscal impact either, right? When we wrote this change. So the way that we amended it, Trustee Reckler, would allow us to not have to spend the money and use potentially community spaces that have already the space for us to hold a board meeting.
Can we do this? And I'm gonna put this on there if you don't mind, just so the 5 just to add on there at no additional cost as to what we would be doing if we were here. So then that would push us to try to use the council chambers, hopefully to actually have a joint meeting. But can we add at no additional cost over what it would be to be here?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Are you okay with that? It's saying that we're gonna have one meeting in each. Are you saying city? Or are you saying,
I'm sorry, I said area. City is fine.
you want to do city? Okay, so that would be 4 other cities because we're already here. So that means we'd have 4 meetings that are not here, that are in the other cities, but it would be at no additional cost. So if there is an additional cost, we're not doing it, but at no additional cost. So that works, and right?
I have a comment on that.
But Trustee Gonzalez, we're on the same page on this, on the motion. I'm good then. We're good.
Yes, the only thing, Trustee Phillips, I would say is that we cannot forget our El Sobrante, right? So we'll talk about that later, but that's also included, if I may.
We have like, when you add up all of the unincorporated areas,
You're right, we have.
it's like 12.
Okay, never mind. I take that back.
So
May I make a comment?
the motion, just to rephrase the motion or restate it, because the parliamentarian just asked. So we will have at least, we will meet the 5 cities. This is coming out like gibberish. There are 5 cities. The other 4 cities, excluding Richmond, we will have a meeting in each one of those cities. A regular board meeting, provided it is at no additional cost above what it would cost to meet here. And we will do that every year.
May I make a comment? President Christian.
We still at question? I don't think we finished questions.
If you feel we've finished questions, we can go right to comments.
Yeah.
Then let's go to comments.
Let's go to comments.
And remind everybody they get 1 minute.
1 minute for comment, 1 minute.
Dr. Hurst, do you have any idea how feasible it is to be able to move a regular board meeting at no additional cost?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you say the first part
How
again?
feasible is it to move the a regular board meeting to the 4 cities at no additional cost? How feasible is that for us to do?
You know, honestly, I'm listening and it I know it sounds good in theory, but it sounds like more coordination for the district. Honestly, whenever we're going outside the district, that means we have to touch bases with individuals. I mean, somebody has to do that work. So I'm seeing this as additional work for the district, to be honest with you.
The part about no additional cost would be additional work added because you have to have some partnerships and coordination with cities.
Yeah, well, I'm not even sure how that will work out, no additional cost, but I'm just talking about going to the cities. For us, it's easier to work within our schools, but I understand the financial impact. But anytime we're going outside the school district and coordinating with the city, what I'm saying is that takes someone sitting down, whether it's my immediate staff, Genesis Rosa, or someone, we have to coordinate those events. We can't just go in there and just expect to set up. And we have to talk to them about their setup as well. So all I'm saying is it's more coordination. It sounds like more work for the staff.
Thank you for that. I think my comment is I want to, there's times that we used to broadcast our board meetings, right? We used to broadcast them on TV, like they would go onto Pinole TV and Hercules was be able to do it too. I think it's a very good idea to move the meetings around. I think no additional cost is not feasible. I think there's going to have to be some nominal cost to this. I think that, but I think in the long run, the impact would be better for all of our community. Again, we're trying to talk about equity and having meetings move around, not month to month, but we have 12 months that we meet. Having 4 of those in the other areas to start off with, I think is something that we should do, but we should not say we can only do it if there's no cost. I think we should make that happen and then build in those systems to where it becomes no cost towards the end, right? We have to put something in, but I think the added value is making sure that we have the community in all areas able to participate at our board meetings, especially because we're keeping Zoom now too, right? You guys have had, tonight you had a lot of people there, but on average, you only have staff at these meetings in Dijon. So I think we need to do it and we should do it with the cost, a nominal cost and fee. I'm complete.
Time.
Thank you, President Christian. You know, everybody, I think that President Christian and I had good intentions in bringing this forward. I think that what I've learned through the discussion, and I think that Trustee Reckler was right at the beginning, I think, in my opinion, I think that maybe we should need more time to work this out. And it was supposed to be a good intention to be at more of our schools' presence, to have presence there, to get more involvement, so that we all were able to be in our areas. It just seems like now, one, there's just possible fiscal impacts. It could be a lot of work for staff, right? It could just not work out with city council. So I think that after all of this, I apologize for this even happened, but I think that we just need to table it because it just didn't happen how it did. And we weren't aware of the fiscal impact that it could have occurred. So maybe a suggestion is that we just vote down the last 2 motions and then we just table it and allow President Christian and I to do more work before we bring something back.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
Can I just offer a compromise to that, the compromise to the compromise? So instead of just tabling it, because the idea of being in other spaces is a good one. If I withdrew my motion, and and you guys can go back and work on this however you want, but in the meantime, what if I just made a motion that staff will reach out to each one of the cities to schedule a joint meeting in their chambers? It gets us out into the other cities, which is extremely important. It gets us into our areas. We don't have to pay for it because it's in the council meetings, So I'm gonna withdraw my motion. Oh,
You're gonna amend it to what you said and include the word and table everything else in favor.
okay, she's telling me how she wants me to say it. So why don't you just say it? You want to say it?
No, I can't make motions.
Okay. So it's easier for me personally to just withdraw my motion instead of doing all that. So I'm gonna withdraw my motion, and my
And everyone, it looks like they're frozen again. If you could hear me, please shoot me a text to see if I'm still on Zoom. If you can still hear me, please shoot me a text and let me know if I'm still on Zoom. You guys can hear me. Okay, so they froze again. So we will wait for them to come back up and we will continue from there. Everyone, 92 people, please stay on Zoom. We will wait for them to get back on and then we will continue from there. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, Miss Cleveland and I are still here. We need to wait for them to come back up. All right, everyone, there are 91 of us still here and 2 panelists, so that's a total of 93 of us still here. Let's just wait for them to come back up. I'm shooting a text to Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy now and letting him know that we are waiting for them to come back. I will also be asking the superintendent why this seems to happen at the same time every meeting. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for your patience. We are almost, I texted and we are going, I text and we are going to wait for them to come back. Thank you everyone for showing up tonight. Thank you for letting your voices be heard. Since we're not going to get to my public comments, I want to say thank you for everyone for your community voice being heard. I appreciate it. Please know that I heard you, and I know that we have to value not only our teachers, our staff, our students, our parents, our employees. We have to do better at it as a district. I will continue to talk until they get here. Community voice has to be the loudest voice. Please, everyone, join your SSCs, your ELAC, your APAC, your climate teams, your PTAs and PTOs, get fingerprinted. It looks like they're coming back now. Please know that we have people that wake up every day and do heroic work in our district. They wake up every single day and take care of our children, and we need to support them and we need to value them. We heard from schools today, and I know that there are more schools that we need to take care of, but we heard about Downer, Terra Hill, Steege, Kennedy, Richmond, Shannon, Stewart, Ellahurst, Nystrom, Maloney, Lupine, Pinole Middle School, Mira Vista, the Mandarin School, El Cerrito, Alinda, and Pinole High School, Hercules Middle School, Hercules High School. Those are more schools that need help than don't, and those are just a small list. All of our schools need our attention and need us to do the right thing. So please continue to email the board. Please continue to make your voices heard. We have to protect our teachers, our students, our families, our staff. We have to do a better job. And it's an absolute shame that it takes you to come out in droves to push our integrity. But I want to tell you, thank you for coming out and pushing the board's integrity. The board has to do better. The district has to do better. I appreciate it. I think that once they hear this rant, we will not get disconnected at 11 o'clock anymore. I'm sure they won't go off Zoom anymore. That will be fixed. We have to give praise and honor to our nurses, teachers, staff, custodians, office managers, counselors, paraprofessionals, food service workers, buses, those who drive our buses, our students, our parents, our community, those who deal with our most marginalized students in special ed. We owe them better. We owe you better. we have to do better as a board. We have to do better as a district. We have to do better as a community. We are back now. Thank you so much for indulging me as I spoke to the community. It's going to take them a minute to kind of connect. So I will keep talking and then they will let me know if they can hear us or not. Just 1 second. Again, thank you, everyone. Let's see. Dejan, audio, can you hear me? Dr. Hurst, can you hear me? Dr. McIntyre, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hurst. You can hear us now. Dr. Hurst, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I still can't hear you guys. I heard Dr. McIntyre, but now I can't hear anyone else.
I think they're still working on Zoom.
Oh, I can hear you, Dr. Hurst. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm actually speaking through my laptop.
Okay, Dr. Hurst, if we can ask our IT people why it goes off every time at the same time. This happens almost every meeting at the same time. So if there has to be something, there has to be some way we can fix that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Miss Logan is back there figuring it out now.
Thank you.
Trustee Smith-Folds, can you hear me?
I can, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you.
President Christian? Oh, okay. I wonder if the public can hear us right now.
The public can hear everything you're saying.
Okay. So I don't know what the orders are because we kind of got with all the motions, but there's at least 3. One of them is mine, and I'm withdrawing mine. Every motion that I've made, I'm withdrawing. I'm keeping my second for Reckler's table.
And I'm withdrawing my motion.
So we are on the motion to table. There is no discussion on this motion. We will go straight to a vote.
All right, we're going straight to a vote.
President Christian, can you restate the motion one more time? We are voting to table. Is that accurate?
We're voting to table
C15.
C15.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. We'll start with trustee Miles,
Miles abstain.
trustee Sapanya,
Panya abstain.
trustee Smith-Folds.
Smith-Folds, yes to table.
All right. Trustee Phillip,
Yeah.
trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez, yes.
All right. And trustee Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and myself a yes.
We are adjourned at, tell us what time.
We are adjourned at 11:14.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank everybody and everybody have a good evening.